giving me this opportunity to be a part of this program. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Next, the message by our registrar and guest of honor today, Professor V. Krishnamohan Garu.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Hope I am able to hear you.
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. I am so glad to be one among you in organizing this FDP program for improving personality of teachers to actively engage in inner engineering and social engineering, which is very much required as per new education policy. You know, the most competent person is going to deliver our keynote, Professor Hemachandra Reddy Garu. Welcome, sir. On behalf of Andhra University, I greet you and also welcome to this keynote address on the occasion of inauguration of this FDP program. And really, the organizers and the Department of Electrical Engineering deserve appreciation for choosing such an important topic of great relevance to teachers in improving their personality and act as role models to their students in producing most ideal future citizens, which this
Recording in progress.
Sir,
Registrar sir, your voice is breaking, sir. Sir, your voice is breaking, sir. Matadi.
requires. And after listening to
sir got disconnected, I guess. Sir, shall
I'm
we
so glad
yes, sir.
and congratulate the organizers and welcome all the delegates. And I also look forward, along with all of you, to listen to the keynote by our respected chairman, Professor Ham. I take this opportunity. I congratulate all the organizers and wish the FDP is going to sensitize the teachers in changing their attitude towards social engineering, and who are going to, in turn, transfer their understanding and advise students to engage on societal issues, causes, and concerns. And unless there is inner engineering, the outer social engineering never happen automatically. So in that context, this FDP is going to provide strong value system to the teachers and to the students who are indirect beneficiaries. And I join all of you in welcoming once again our honorable chief guest come keynote speaker today, Dr. Hemachandra Reddy Garu. Thank you all. Good luck to all of you. Happy and productive learning of this FDP.
Thank
Over
you,
to organizers.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Padma to give a brief introduction of the chief guest and keynote speaker of today's function.
Yes,
Professor
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Respected dignitaries, colleagues, and participants, a very good morning and a warm welcome to the 1 week online STTP. It's my proud privilege to introduce Professor K. Hemachandra Reddy Garu to our participants. So with this, I take an opportunity to introduce our chief guest. K. Hemachandra Reddy is professor in mechanical engineering in JNTU Anantapur since 2000. His educational qualifications are MTech and PhD. Presently, sir works for AP being as chairman APSI. Professor Hemachandra Reddy has more than 30 years of teaching and research experience in the field of mechanical engineering. He is specialized in the areas of thermal engineering, computational fluid dynamics. He has published more than 222 technical papers in various standard national and international journals and conferences with 2,345 citations, H-index of 22 and I-index of 36. He has executed externally funded research projects sponsored by DRDO to the tune of 30 lakhs and 30 lakhs project in the area of PCM based thermal energy storage applications, which was sanctioned by SERB DST. He has guided 40 scholars for PhD degrees and 39 PhD students are in progress. And sir also guided 70 PG students. He has delivered more than 50 invited lectures technically in various universities and colleges. Sir also delivered around 100 talks on personality development, career counseling, goal setting, and achievement motivation in various academic institutions and public platforms for the welfare of students and faculties. Sir also organized about 10 workshops. During his tenure as professor in JNTU Anantapur, he has handled many administrative positions at the university and the college levels like placement officer, principal, director, academics and planning, TechWhip nodal officer, and the registrar for JNTU Anantapur. He also served as a principal, JNTUA College of Engineering, Pulivendala, YSR district. To his credit, he has been honored with many awards like Anna University National Award for the outstanding academic from degree level institutions from ISTE New Delhi, India. State Best Teacher Award from the AP State Government in the year 2011 and Broad Outlook Learner Teacher Award from Air India for the year 2006-2007. Hemachandra Reddy Garu also published a patent on computer implemented system and method for evaluating optimal machining parameters in WEDM in the year 2017. He has visited the United States of America, Austria, and Malaysia on academic and research assignments. He is a member of various professional bodies, including American Society of Social Mechanical Engineers, gold member of International Solar Energy Society, and served the National Executive Council of Indian Society Technical Education for 2 terms and National Council of Institution of Engineers India for 1 term. He is also the secretary of ISTE AP State Chapter. He authored 2 books titled Thermal Engineering Data Handbook, published by IK International New Delhi in the year 2007, and experimental studies on the performance of CI engine with TME blends, Lombard Academic Publishing. So due to his hard work and a dedication towards education, he has been nominated as a chairman APSI in the year 2009. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Ma'am, please carry on.
Thank you, Padma. We now have a most distinguished guest today, a chief guest of today's function, Chairman APSI, Professor Hemachandra Reddy Garu. Sir, we now request you to talk brief about the event, and then later on we'll have the keynote address. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam. Honorable Vice Chancellor of the great university, Andhra University, and the President of this function, Professor Prasad Reddy Garu, the Registrar of the University, Professor Krishna Mohan Garu, and the Principal of Andhra University Engineering College, my good friend, Professor Srinivas Rao Garu, Head of Electrical Engineering Department, Professor G.V. Krishna Rao garu, the coordinator of this program, Professor Ram Sudha garu, and all other distinguished academicians who have assembled here this morning. Very good morning. Special thanks to Dr. K. Padma for introducing me in so many words to the audience. Very happy to be here this morning with all of you. At a right point of time, I think you came out with this STP on mastering self-motivation and attitude and art of living. I only wish that you should have added art of teaching as well to this. We are at changing times. A lot of changes have happened. I'll let you know why this is the right time to conduct this program a little later. As an engineering teacher, I guess all of you are engineering teachers who are here participating in this workshop. Engineering teaching took many turns and twists and changed its direction a number of times. If you all ask me and agree with me, I should say engineering teaching is different. I should draw this line before Y2K and after Y2K. And engineering teaching is different before the benchmarking and accreditation and after the benchmarking and accreditation of the institutions. Engineering teaching is going to be different pre-pandemic and post-pandemic era. I think these are some of the changes we have witnessed. I have all the teachers here, and I know it's very, very difficult to talk about self-motivation to the teachers who are already motivated and who are, they spend a whole lot of their time motivating the students. It is very, very difficult to talk to any teacher on the motivation, but I'll just make it up. Pre-Y2K, engineering education was altogether different. And, we all were in our silos and we were all concentrating in our departments, imparting the domain skills to the students. Mechanical engineering was behaving like mechanical engineering, electrical engineering was purely electrical engineering, and so on and so forth. Now, there came the Y2K problem, and there came plethora of opportunities, plenty of opportunities for these young guys. And thanks to this IT-enabled service sector growth, the 20% year on year, for almost a decade or so, gave millions of jobs, not one or two. But what happened in engineering colleges is straight away all the students started, preparing for IT jobs, and engineering colleges also responded to the situation. Started giving all the inputs necessary for any branch of engineering student to become an IT engineer. And as a result of that, the compromises were made in importing the domain skills. And basically, there are two reasons why the compromises were made. One, because students found number of opportunities coming in one sector, and all the time, it is his motivation to move towards that sector which fetched him the jobs. And teachers were also found helpless because, ultimately the role of any institution or role of any teacher, among many other things, would be to provide employment to the youngster, the student. And therefore, they also adapted the vision of the student. So as a result of it, today we see, at the admission side, we see engineering is all about computer science, and nothing negative against computer science as such, because, without this branch evolving so strong, I don't know, I cannot even imagine what would have happened to the entire youth of Andhra Pradesh for more than 2 decades. It gave us so many jobs, but at the same time, it pains certain times to know that the very core engineering branch, like electrical engineering, is not being talked about at the admission side. Probably we needed a little more motivation to talk to the students. When I talk about motivation is not only about motivating the student towards a goal, but motivating the student to understand the happenings around and very clearly understand the dynamics around him and the industry, so that he or she will be in a position to take a very appropriate decision at a right point of time. So therefore, we all needed a little bit of self-motivation at this point of time to revisit the fundamentals and to redefine these engineering programs and then nurture these kids properly. And also I find, I said a little later, I will reveal why it is an appropriate time. Let me tell you, since immediately after I took over in 2019 as Chairman AP State Council of Higher Education, Honorable Chief Minister Y.S. Jagannath Reddy Garu called me one day, said, I'm not happy the way institutions are discharging their roles. See, ultimately, we have seen from almost 17 engineering colleges in 1996, we are 300 odd engineering colleges today, only in the divided part of Andhra Pradesh. If the 17 engineering colleges in 1996 was in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh. And today, together, both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, it could have been more than, it is more than 700 engineering colleges today. From 17 to 700, we have expanded exponentially. When we have expanded exponentially, we compromised on many other things. We compromised on the quality of education as well. Now, Honorable Chief Minister feels that the duty of an engineering college or educational institution or a university is not simply to hand over the degree certificates to the students, but to give them the inner strength, the capacity to earn a job on their own. Now, he said straight away, if universities and colleges are doing this job of skilling, equipping the student with the required knowledge to fetch a job for himself, because you all agree with me, or nowhere in any definition of a university or an institution, the job of providing a placement to a student is not defined. See, the role of an educational institution is only to educate, give the knowledge, and experiencing to the present situation of the society and teach him how to face the challenges of the society, but not showing a job. But very unfortunately, almost all the educational institutions and universities have assumed a role of facilitating employment provision as well. So the number of placements, the placement cells, myself and Srinivas Rao, we were placement officers together way back in 2004, 5, 6, we worked parallelly. Srinivas Rao Garu from Andhra University, me from JNTU Anantapur. See, we almost assumed a role. Now, Honorable CM says, see, you are handing over thousands, for that matter, lakhs of degrees every year in the state of Andhra Pradesh. But majority of them are moving around the politicians asking for a job. See, the role of a politician is not to provide a job to a student, to a graduate. The role of a politician is something else in policy making. So the universities shall reassume its responsibility of educating them, providing with the right knowledge and right skills so that student can roll out of the institution, confidently face any kind of a job interview and try to get a job for himself on his own capabilities. So that's what he said. See, when I said changing times, this is the vision of the most dynamic chief minister we have ever seen. Is to rejuvenate the whole philosophy prevailing in educational institutions, provide the students with the requisite skill. Like probably I just draw all your attention to the fact that he's contemplating a skill university, skill colleges. And if any of you have gone through the model curriculum the state has released, both for degree education as well as engineering education, now we have brought in almost 30% of skill-oriented programs. We brought in a lot of flexibility to the student, a lot of flexibility to the college. And thereby, probably we need to, in view of, IT revolution, in view of, your different role after benchmarking and accreditation, in view of, the post-pandemic dynamics happening all over. And this all of a sudden thrown open plethora of opportunities of learning, self-learning for the student. No, thousands and thousands of e-learning resources are available in the internet, and the best of the lectures are available in the internet. And both we, the teachers, as well as the students, we both learn to use the technology in augmenting teaching learning process. Now, all these changes needed repositioning of a teacher in the entire universities, in the entire institutions of Andhra Pradesh. On one hand, the dynamic thinking of the benevolent chief minister. On the other hand, the dynamics that are happening in higher education space, the dynamics that are happening in the rest of the world, and the dynamics happening here, and dilutions that has happened in the past. All this very strongly require a very strong motivation for all the teachers in the educational institutions in Andhra Pradesh. And also we need to develop a right attitude. Probably I thoroughly enjoyed my teaching till 2000. Those were, in my opinion, were the golden days. Students have nothing to do other than learning from a teacher. A teacher has nothing else to do other than going into the class and straight away delivering the concept. And teacher-student relationship was so symbiotic. Never a student escaped the eyes of the teacher, and the teacher never has taken his his eyesight, changed his eyesight from the student. So it was such a wonderful situation prevailing in almost all educational institutions. And today, a whole lot of things have changed. Maybe we needed to revisit, we probably need to reposition ourselves and need to review whole thing that is happening. That's what I see. See, as a chairman, State Council of Higher Education, I also have a great responsibility. I'm fortunate, I'm blessed today that I have wonderful, committed vice chancellors as leaders of the universities today, all the universities for that matter. And if we together cannot bring in a change at this point of time, probably I don't see any better opportunity for us to change the whole system, rejuvenate the whole system, look at the core strengths of the student, rejuvenating the student. All this shall happen very quick, in a very quick time, immediately, I should say, because the change is ubiquitous. Who moved my cheese? The book carries the fundamental, the very important statement, that is, change is ubiquitous. So change shall be permanent, change shall happen, and we are at crossroads at this point of time. Together, the educational administrators and the teachers in the universities, the researchers all over Andhra Pradesh and India shall form together
Recording stopped.
A strong
Recording
unit,
in progress.
strong unit to take the higher education to a next level. Thereby, the student of Andhra Pradesh stands very tall in the competition, in the level playing field, and probably take every advantage on the opportunities coming his way. I'm sure I'm given one more opportunity to deliver the keynote address. Probably I reserve my rest of the views to deliver in the keynote address. For the time being, I take this opportunity to congratulate Andhra University in general and Electrical Engineering Department of Andhra University Engineering College in particular for coming out with such a wonderful program. And I'm sure it's a quite long duration, 1 week program, I was told. This 1 week program will discuss, will touch many of the views that I've expressed today. And in the present changing context, what is motivation, what is attitude, what is art of living, and what is art of teaching? I wish, it will be discussed at length. Thank you very much. Professor Ramasudhagar.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your detailed introduction about the program. And the program has started off with a kickstart with your message. And after this inaugural, we are going to have your keynote. We also have included the art of speaking, art of technical writing. All these we have included in this 7-day program, sir. In addition to that, we have also included pranayama and meditation also for the participants. So now I request Dr. Amarendra to propose the formal vote of thanks for the inaugural function.
Good morning, Madam, and good morning all. On behalf of the department, good morning, Madam, and good morning all. Good morning, Madam. Am I audible, Madam?
Yes.
Brendra, you are audible. Brendra, continue.
Yes, sir. So here, good morning all. On behalf of the Department of Electrical Engineering and coordinators of online SSTP for 1 week, it's our pleasure to propose vote of thanks to all dignitaries present for the inaugural session. We are very much thankful to Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, Vice Chancellor, Andhra University, and also the President of SSTP program for continuous encouragement to conduct these type of the programs. We are thankful to Professor K. Hemchandra Reddy Garu, Chairman, AP State Council of Higher Education, Andhra Pradesh, for accepting our invitation to deliver keynote and also for the presence at this event. We are thankful to Professor V. Krishnamohan Garu, Registrar, Andhra University, for accepting as guest of honor to this SSTP. We are thankful to Professor P. Srinivas Rao Garu, Principal, AU College of Engineering, Andhra University, for permitting us to conduct this SSTP and for his acceptance as guest of honor to this SSTP. We are thankful to AICTE for sanctioning 1 week online SSTP, mastering self-motivation and attitude art of living. We are thankful to our chairman and head of the department, Professor G.V. Sivakrishna Rao Garu, for continuous encouragement. We are thankful to head of the departments of AU College of Engineering for their presence in making this event success. We are thankful to director and also associated staff members of Computer Center for providing web links to this online program. We are thankful to all our resource persons. We are thankful to Chairman BOS, Department of Electrical Engineering, and also our faculty members for continuous encouragement. We are thankful to all our research scholars for their support. We are congratulating K. Sai Teja Manasa for prayer song for this inaugural function. We are thankful to all participants for their presence at the inaugural function. We are thankful to Dr. Challa Ramakrishna Garu for his support in media coverage. We are also thankful to present media for wide coverage. We are thankful to all who supported directly and indirectly in making this event. Thank you, Madam, for giving this opportunity to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Amarendra. Sir, we will now start the keynote address by Professor K. Hemchandra Reddy Garu, Chairman, APSHI. Sir.
Madam, did you give me the permission to share the screen?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, for 1 minute, sir. Master and host chasing. Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, sir. So you are the host now, sir.
Thank you, madam. Let me know what is the time given to me.
Sir, you have time till 12:30, sir.
11:30 or 12:30?
Your wish, sir. You can extend till 12:30.
Okay, maybe I would like to conclude it somewhere around 11:45 because I have another meeting at 12.
Sure, sir.
I'll go till that point.
Okay.
Once again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak my mind with all the teachers. At the outset, Ajnana Timirandasya, Jnananjana Salokiyam, Chakshurmilitam Yena. That's my Sri Guru. I salute all the teachers who remove the cataract of ignorance and show their people vivid path of light. So, with that salutation to all the teachers, let me talk about give my keynote talk on self-motivation. I just a while back, I told, as a teacher, I underwent different changes. The day one when I joined as a teacher, the role I assumed was slightly different from what is the role that I have played till I assumed this role. See, it's continuously changing. Somewhere, the very fundamental speaks, as I understood in all my 30 years of teaching career, I understood. The best role a teacher can play is to sensitize, motivate his students, his people. And when you once do that, probably any amount of information you pass on, that would be received attentively by the teacher. That's where, the role of a teacher is very broadly defined. The role of a teacher is very well appreciated exactly there. And therefore, my talk is going to be entirely revolving around the relationship between the teacher and the student. I chose this picture, cat, positioning its jaw at an insect. I should say the jaw has the power to crush the insect. The jaw has the power to care the insect. Now, with that message, probably I would like to go. And basically, when I talk about a teacher-student relationship, probably I'll tell you a very small story to explain what is a student, what goes through his mind, and what is a teacher, what he or she thinks. Probably with this story, I would like to begin my keynote lecture. There used to be a boy called Rob. I read this somewhere sometime back in the internet. There used to be a boy called Rob. And very popular site at a music school was, Rob was all the time dragged, Rob's mother was dragging Rob into the school. So this was everyday phenomena at the music school. It goes without saying, Rob was a student of that music school. And Rob never has shown any kind of an interest towards, his teacher or teachings. And he was always a backbencher. Teacher never liked Rob because Rob never has shown any kind of attention in the class. And teacher almost ignored this boy. And teacher never liked this boy because his attitude was not good in the class. If not making any mischievous things in the class, he was not attentive at all. So after some time, Rob stops coming to the school. Teacher also ignores, and things go on from there. And this teacher of the music school is a very popular teacher, a committed teacher, and she trains such high quality musicians in her classrooms. She was so proud of her teachings, and she was so proud of her students. And one fine day, she wanted to let the society know about the products she has produced in the classrooms. So she plans for a music concert, and a music concert to be rendered in where music to be rendered by her old students. So she carefully starts identifying one after the other. So she had an intention to identify 10 of her old students to perform on the music concert. And she could identify 9 when she was looking for the 10th. Rob reappears in the scene. Please pay a little attention because the story is going too long. But I thought I should share it. Now Rob reappears in the scene, started pleading with his teacher. Ma'am, please give me an opportunity. I came to know that you are conducting a music concert, and you are looking for best of your students. And please give me an opportunity as a 10th person. May I request the participants to keep your microphones muted? That request let me have. So he was pleading for an opportunity. Teacher never liked Rob. In her opinion, he was never a good student. And no way, quite naturally, a teacher could listen to his boy's request. She simply very politely rejected the proposal and said, Rob, you are not understanding. The kind of a music concert I am planning is to tell the world that my students are the best in the area of music, in the area of music. So I cannot consider. Next day, Rob was again there, praying, pleading, crying, falling on her feet. Being a kind-hearted woman, she finally agrees to Rob's request because his frustration was so much. She agrees to the request of this boy and tells herself, okay, I have identified 9 best musicians who are old students of mine. Okay, what if this boy is going to spoil the show? Doesn't matter, but this boy is pleading. Sailaja BBV garu. Can you mute your microphone?
Ramasudha garu.
Yeah, no problem.
Please mute your mic, Ramasudha.
Not me, sir.
Yeah. You ask all participants. Otherwise, you close. Mute all other mics except chairman.
Okay, thank you for the offer. Sir. Otherwise, my mic also.
Sir, it is distracting, sir.
No, it's fine. The issue is resolved. It sometimes happens like this.
Okay.
So let me continue with this story. I'm sorry for choosing a long story. So that was her thinking. She thought, as a 10th person, Rob can be permitted there. So the day comes, the music concert begins. One after the other, her students started performing, rendering wonderful music like Sai Tejo. Oh, who's that girl? In the morning, she has rendered a
Sai Tejo Mansa.
Sai Tejo Mansa rendered an excellent present. So one after the other, they started rendering beautiful music, and the audience, they thought it's worth participating in this music concert. It is worth their money. And one after the other was excelling, and the 9 programs goes by so beautifully, and audience applause was unlimited for all the performance. There came the turn of this boy Rob as a 10th person to perform on the days. And the teacher for the first time looked very concerned. She looks at this boy. This boy was not in a good attire, and he didn't, whom is here. He was very casual. He was very casually walking on the place. And teacher curses herself, scolds herself. I should be a fool of highest order. I should not have allowed this boy. So far it went well. I'm sure this boy is going to spoil this evening. But then Rob goes there, starts performing. It was a spellbound performance, amazing performance, best of the best, and much superlative to all other performances that were played before. And Rob, when he finishes his performance, the applause never dies down, and audience express their ecstasy, and the audience were so thrilled to listen to such a performance. And teacher was so amazed. She jumps on the desk, gives him a warm hug, and says, "Rob, my boy, how could you do this? You were never a good student. You were never a good student in my classes. Just because of your persuasion, I have included you. I never knew that you are such a wonderful musician. I'm really sorry, my child, for not recognizing you and going by my, opinion on you. I'm sorry for rejecting your proposal quite a few times before finally I accepted. But the teacher has such a curiosity to know from the Rob. How could, after all, become such a wonderful musician? She asks him after the the noise settles down after the event is over. She walks along with him, asks him, "What made you such a wonderful musician? Why were you not a good student?" And Rob tells his teacher, "Ma'am, when I was attending your school, I don't know why my mother was so fond of me learning music. She was almost forcing me to learn music, though I was not interested. And my mother wanted me to learn music. When I was sitting in my class, I always remembered the sufferings of my mother. She was suffering from cancer. I love her so much, I couldn't concentrate on your teachings. I was just, thinking of her sufferings. And I don't know the reason why my mother wanted me to learn the music. Because I very well knew that by learning music, I cannot make her happy because she is born deaf and dumb. She is born deaf and dumb. I don't know the reasons why my mother wanted me to join music school, but I couldn't satisfy. I knew very well that I couldn't satisfy my mother. I love my mother so much. I was thinking of her sufferings when I was in your classroom. And the day I stopped attending to your class, that was the last day my mother lived on this earth. Now I believe that she has joined God at the heaven, and I'm sure God must have given her the ears to listen to my music. With that single thought, with that single hope, I dedicated myself to the music because I love my mother so much. I wanted to make her happy. And therefore, I became a musician, a burning urge going through me to satisfy or to express my love for my mother. And that took me this long. My dear teacher, I'm a musician because I love my mother. Now, this story I just wanted to tell you, not to bring in that emotion required, but only to tell all the teachers, to inform all the teachers that student in your classroom must have many thoughts going through, many priorities going through. And probably that's where we need to be a little more attentive. Had the teacher took time to talk to Rob, whom she she underrated, whom she thought was never a good student, should have talked to the student at least once to know what is going through his mind. That's where, the role of a teacher is very, very clearly defined. I just took the story to explain to all of you, about the role of a teacher, basically, and also to understand the confusions, the feelings of the student. And when we stand on the dais in a classroom, let me tell you, my dear friends, you are facing 120 eyes, 60 sets of eyes. Each eye is expressing some feeling. Probably as a teacher, you should be good enough to understand the feelings of all that the student is exhibiting in the classroom. And thereby, you develop such a strong bonding. I think this is the first step as a teacher that we should be doing. And only then probably whatever you try to do in the classroom will reach them. And therefore, I tell you, the future of the student is in my classroom today. And this future has a potential for both good and bad. The minds of tomorrow's leaders will be molded, I repeat, molded artistically by what I do here today, standing inside a classroom. And today you call it a virtual classroom, like how we are all connected, or a physical classroom, how we are going to connect from tomorrow onwards, because we comfortably crossed that most difficult phase, and we have resorted to our physical classroom. All said and done, the minds of tomorrow's leaders will be molded artistically by what I, the teacher, do in the classroom. So that is the role of a teacher. Are you just a teacher? This is somewhere, something goes through the minds of some of the teachers. Somewhere we are into a society where teacher is not respected. I guess, that's the feeling at least some of the teachers have. Thank God, I'm not just a teacher. I'm in the greatest profession of all. I must be vigilant every day, lest I lose one fragile opportunity to. Please understand, my dear friends. I must be vigilant every day, lest I lose one very important opportunity to improve. And that's what, while doing my job, while artistically molding tomorrow's leaders, if I fail in my duty as a teacher, I should be losing a greatest opportunity. What's happening today? In the morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor was talking about Community Development Board that we have created in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Don't forget the vision of Honorable Chief Minister. See, sometime back, I don't know how long back, I don't know. There existed a wonderful relationship between educational institution and the society. And society was giving its feedback to the educational institution, and educational institution was responding to the needs of the society. And of late, we have become, we have assumed the very commercial role. Most probably because 87% of the space in higher education is occupied by private. A lot of commercials must have come into the picture. Universities also slowly changed its mindset. Probably somewhere we have ignored this very crucial responsibility of responding to society. Now, as a teacher inside a classroom, as a vigilant teacher inside a classroom, I should be thinking about the opportunity to improve tomorrow, and opportunity to improve the student tomorrow, and opportunity to improve the society as well. No, somewhere Nagnamani very sarcastically said, Vishwavidyalayalu Jnana Garbhasrava. No, it cannot be so. It was a sarcastic statement. Vishwavidyalayalu, the universal, must be teaching universal brotherhood. We should be taking the entire, universal brotherhood into the entire universe. We should be equipping the students we nurture inside a classroom with such an empathy, so that when they go back to the society, probably they will continue to use their knowledge to improve tomorrow's society, or to improve the society, to enhance that. Einstein said at one point of time, I have no special talents. I am only professionally curious. One need not be highly talented as a teacher. One need not be very highly talented as a teacher. You can be, professionally curious. That's more than enough. Look at me. I didn't have any kind of, degrees acquired from very high-ended institutions. I'm a very ordinary guy till I joined my profession. What went through me was the curiosity towards my profession. Thanks to my guru, who gave me his bit of mind, and who shared his ideas about teaching. When I joined teaching profession fresh, I had an opportunity to talk to my guru. And this man motivated me. This man gave me the inputs that he said, come what may, each student is very, very important to you, and go for that. now I don't know how many of you are non-Telugu speaking participants here, but then I understand majority of you are Telugu speaking participants here. I should quote Shiva Reddy once. I have quoted this number of times, but then I take this opportunity to once again here. Please excuse me for the repetition. Shiva Reddy says, Idi oka hatye in a poem. The title of the poem is Idi oka hatye. Shaktinanta mutagatti vyasanam burada guntalo tokkeyatam idi oka hatye. No. Shaktinanta mutagatti vyasanam burada guntalo tokkeyatam idi oka hatye. Janam kolonlo viksinchalsina genius tabeti talakayala alavatu deppulo muduchukovatam idi oka hatye. Hatya is a murder. Now, the kind of murders this boy in a classroom commits. Now, Shiva Reddy has that imagination to express it in a different way. Idi oka hatye, shaktinanta mutagatti vyasanam buradaguntalo tokkeyatam idi oka hatye. Janam kolanlo viksinchalsina genius tabeti talakayala alavatu deppulo muduchukovatam idi oka hatye. దేశం నవనాడుల్లో ప్రవహించాల్సిన యోచన రక్తం పిల్ల కాలువల్లో చేపలు మాత్రం పట్టడానికి వినియోగించడం ఇది. See, Shiva Reddy talks about so many murders unknowingly these students do, and when I should know, I don't know whether he's talking about the character of the student or the quality of a student or the capability of a student. What is that he is killing himself? In the name of Vyasanam, in the name of, Alavatu, in the name of, aiming very short, what is that? He's doing that. Mattini Saitam Navinsalsina Spandanani, Iruku Jivitapu Godala Molallo Viseratam video. And when Shiva Reddy so articulatively tells us this part of it, shouldn't we apply as teachers to ourselves that, we should understand this very, very carefully. And we should stop students doing so many, killing their talents so much. And therefore, you as a teacher should be quite open and you should be vigilant inside your classroom. Doesn't matter, you need not be an extraordinary talented individual. And it's just enough if you are professionally curious. That's how I have grown personally in my teaching career. I was professionally curious. Let me tell you, my dear friends, I was interacting with my students so much. Now I understood the psychology so well of a student. I can very easily look beyond the rebellion of a student today, courtesy all the time that I've spent with all my students, all those years, understanding them. And I was only professionally curious. I was not at all a talented individual. And let me also tell you, my dear friends, I have learned a lot from my students. And I never knew anything beyond my mechanical engineering when I joined as a teacher. But today, I understand finance, I understand industry, I understand employment, I understand empathy, I understand psychology, I understand polity, I understand international dynamics, I understand relations between countries, and most of them I've learned because, I learned interacting with my students. And this is a wonderful opportunity. Today people talk about this, Acharya Padamadatte, Padam Shishasamadaya, Padam Sarvamacharya, Padam Kalate. And people in the West talk about peer learning. Today we are acquiring that, peer learning. The peer learning will take an individual quite a long way in acquiring knowledge, in strengthening himself or herself. And I only bring in a small modification to that. It need not be all the time through peer learning. Through an effective interaction between a teacher and a student, you can also learn a lot. I am a living example before you. I have learned a lot because I always participated in the student debates, in the student discussions. I was one among them outside the college hours when they debated, discussed. And I never had that ego going through me. I was part of them when once the timetable hours are over. So that gave me enormous mileage and advantage. And I was asking you to improve this. Teaching is not a lost art, but the regard for it is a lost tradition. Of course, we know when Manu has created this Chaturvarna, a Brahmin to teach, a Vaishya to do business, a Kshatriya to fight wars, and a Shudra to cultivate. And the role of Brahmin Manu has created was only to teach, and the responsibility he has given to the society is to take care of this Brahmin or the teacher. And it was the entire role of a teacher, society, to take care of the teacher. And teacher was not a wealthiest person in the society, but definitely society was caring for him. That was the regard society had for a teacher. We come from such, we inherit such a rich heritage, and we come from there. But very unfortunately today, it is all becoming a business. Today, we take a very fat salary for what we do as a teacher, and probably society is of the feeling that we are doing business over our teachings and we are bargaining, getting our salary, and therefore society probably stopped looking at us as teachers as described by Manu. But definitely, a good teacher, even today, has a very great place in the society. That's what I should tell you. And if at all, if you are not convinced, I can show you 100 examples where good teachers are regarded. Of late, we have seen Abdul Kalam. More than as a scientist, as a teacher, he won many awards in this country. And teaching is not a lost art, definitely, let me tell you. And we only need to revisit that art of teaching and thereby take ourselves to the next level, and thereby collectively the educational institution to the next level. And today people are talking about a very short-sighted learning the students are making, and very indifference the students are showing in the classrooms. And today teachers have many complaints over the students about their non-participation, about their lack of curiosity. And parallelly, when you listen to the teacher in their private conversations, they have many complaints on the teachers as well. And the students in their private conversations, they keep talking very bad about the teachers. Now, somewhere we have split into two groups which are not very connected to them. And we go to the classroom, mechanically we deliver our lecture. And that's not enough. Teacher who require respect receive very little, let me tell you. But those who show respect gain a great deal of it. That's what I just wanted to emphasize. And teaching is not a lost art. The art is still respected at every corner of the society. But as teachers, we need to start respecting every people in front of you. Treat them equally. Okay, that's what we need to do today, to revisit the art of teaching as defined in Puranas and Vedas. The right kind of education begins with the educator, who must understand himself and be free from established patterns of thought. That's what I say. Shouldn't we unshackle ourselves today at this point of time? Whatever we have learned, I'm 30 years old as a teacher, and some of you are equally experienced as a teacher. And over decades of our experience, we have understood something. And should we not unshackle ourselves of all those old beliefs when things are changing so dynamically outside? And when things are changing so rapidly, and when the expectations of when students are soaring, and when the aspirations of the families are soaring, and when the aspirations of the society are ever changing, shouldn't we unshackle ourselves? And shouldn't we get rid of ourselves with the patterns of thought what we have developed over a few decades? let me tell you, my dear friends, let us unshackle ourselves of all our old beliefs. Let us be very fresh standing here in an educational institution, gauging our options very, very carefully, and thereby, reposition, reprioritize our activities, our concerns, our feelings, our desires, and thereby we go that extra mile in imparting the righteous knowledge, the much needed knowledge, much needed empathy to all the students who are there in educational institutions. If we who are the educators do not understand ourselves, if we do not understand our relationship with the child, but merely stuff him with the information and make him pass examinations, how can we possibly bring out a new kind of education? This is the question probably we all needed to ask. And particularly, I draw your attention. And we fail to understand the relationship with the child. See, that's very, very important. And we don't understand ourselves when we are in confusion ourselves. And when we don't understand the child, and when we are trained to give only the information to the students, probably somewhere we are not doing justice to the role that we are playing right today. And somewhere we need to unlearn what we have learned at this point of time and bring about a new kind of education. Let me tell you, I can talk hours and hours on the new education that the state wants at this point of time. State wants a student to be very confident, student to be highly equipped with skills, students to revisit their values, ethics, and thereby strengthening the society. Today, at this point of time, let me tell you, Andhra Pradesh, there may be outside state participants, but let me tell you, Andhra Pradesh at this point of time, it is stripped of its capital. It is now suffering, in terms of revenue generation. And, the expenditure and revenue generation is not anyway matching. And today, Andhra overcome this crisis only by creating a true knowledge capital in the state of Andhra Pradesh. That is the vision of Honorable Chief Minister. We need to create a true knowledge capital in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and thereby, whether you look at all the measures that we have taken, whether be it Microsoft MOU to upskill 162,000 students, create a skill university and skill colleges, and bringing in that much needed flexibility into the curriculum, embracing online education technology, creating village libraries, digital libraries in every village, and the LMS we have created, and the free laptops that Honorable Chief Minister has promoted. Let me tell you, my dear friends, they are all lakhs of crores, at least if not lakhs of crores, thousands of crores of investment the government is trying to make on the education sector. On top of it, the government is subsidizing the education. Taking the burden, I should not say subsidizing, taking the complete burden of the educating the youth on its shoulders. See, government has ventured in the most difficult times, particularly at the time, I think those management process, including Mr. Mohan here, they will understand the dynamics of the economy. And let me tell you, under the most difficult situations, there is a chief minister who has guts, who has heart to pump in so much money towards education as a sector on the whole. Let it be primary, let it be higher education. He has a vision and he wants everything to change. He is ready to invest thousands of crores. But shouldn't we, at the helm of affairs or at the strategic locations, as a key stakeholder in educational institutions, shouldn't we realize this responsibility? Shouldn't we unshackle ourselves? Shouldn't we reposition ourselves? Shouldn't we take a fresh idea at this point of time to bring about a new kind of an education the government of Andhra Pradesh is thinking? I'm sorry if I have repeated something which I've already told you, but then I needed to emphasize right at this point of time. The pupil is there to be guided and helped. That's what I see. But if the guide, the helper himself is confused and narrow, theory ridden, then naturally his people will be what he is, and education becomes a source of further confusion. And let me tell you, my dear friends, particularly we, the engineering teachers, we have a lot to do to bring in technology into the classroom, technology and action into the classroom. Way back, prior to Second World War, I'm sure, many of you, I don't know whether you are aware, the Kakinada JNTU should have been at Vizag. Kakinada JNTU is now the College of Engineering Vizag, initially called it as College of Engineering Vizag. Since they could not find a suitable building at Vizag, they have located it in Kakinada and it settled down there. Parallelly, at Anantapur JNTU, the present Anantapur JNTU, was College of Engineering Anantapur, both established in Gindi campus. Many of you may not be aware. It was a rethinking of the government, thinking of the government of India post Second World War. They have drawn a strategy for reconstruction of India post Second World War, and therefore they have decided to come up with many more engineering colleges. Now, post Second World War, every country wanted to produce more and more engineers to rebuild their devastated nations. And in the process, prior to that, I was told, somewhere I read, engineering was all about practical learning. And when the governments of various countries started coming up with more and more engineering students or engineering colleges, institutions, they didn't have, they never had so many, laboratories or equipment to train full-time the students on equipment, and therefore they devised the theory. And today we traveled a long way from Second World War, from almost negligible number of engineering institutions to almost 16 lakh engineering graduates produced in this country today. And what has happened with exponential growth, what we started doing, we designed the theory so effectively and almost stuffed the entire engineering education into a classroom. We designed it, they designed the engineering education such that, the entire knowledge of engineering and technology was delivered in a classroom, and very little learning provision was made in the laboratory. And now today, we should bring in the technology into the classroom. We should bring technology in action into the classroom. Today, you have that wonderful advantage of using ICT, internet tools to bring in the live technology into the classroom. Now, today, we need to reposition ourselves, and more than the theory, you need to explain a concept to practice. And this is what is going to be appreciated. And more than anything, the teacher himself cannot be confused inside a classroom. We need to be very clear about the concept that we are going to deliver inside a classroom, failing which we are only adding confusion to the student, and we cannot expect a student to be clear in his mind when we ourselves are confused. And that's where my request to you is, I had a great professor named Professor Timmareddy, by name Professor Timmareddy, and he was a UK PhD. And he always tells, in a classroom, my dear students, do you know how much time I have spent on teaching this concept to you? I have spent more than 3 hours to talk this 1 hour inside a classroom. He always said, I should not carry confusion into a classroom. I should be very, very clear in my thinking. And then only I can educate you. And therefore, don't ever think that the role of a teacher is easy. Come deliver something in a classroom and go. No, this is what my guru, Timmareddy, when I was a BTech student, he told me. No, the teacher role is very, very difficult. Whenever he went to the classroom, he always thought about the student, his confusions, and teacher evolved a very clear concept, and then go to a classroom, deliver it so straight, without any confusion, and thereby, make student learn this concept as clear as possible. So if we are confused, that's what I say. If we are confused, we are only creating further confusion. The right education is a mutual task demanding patience, consideration, and affection. This is missing, I guess, in present day time. I don't know, I have another 15 minutes time. Let me take one simple example again. This, I gave this example. I was teaching thermodynamics way back. And those days, we had even today, we have 2 mid-examinations. As a teacher, I always thought the first mid-examination should be set very tough, because we were taking the better of the one for final marks. And when the first mid-examination was set easy, question paper was set easy, students will not prepare for the second mid-examination. They take a choice there. And therefore, I always set my first mid-examination very tough. That was my thing. And accordingly, on that year, I have set a very tough question paper. And I think it's all of you know that. Now we evaluate the answer sheets of mid-examination. We take it back to the classroom. We give it back to the students to verify whether the marks awarded are correct or rechecked, and give it back to the student. And I was quite surprised with that tough examination. One boy scored 50 out of 50. And when I called his name, he walked to me, pulled the paper so recklessly from my hands. He knew that he performed exemplarily well. He knew that he is going to top. He pulled it so recklessly and went back to us. No, I gave half an hour time for them to verify the answer sheet, and I was calling one by one to give back the answer sheet. When I called this boy, he recklessly came to the podium, a lectern, and he has thrown the paper almost on the lectern and went off. Very reckless. I was so hurt at his behavior. And at the time I was leaving the class, I called him, Ravi, can you follow me to my staff room? And he followed. I asked him, what went wrong with you? Before I appreciated you for your extraordinary performance, you behaved very wrong. What went through? What went wrong with you? I have never expected such a behavior from you, that too in the classroom. And the so-called boy said, sir, it is one semester, one mid-examination is over. Half of the year, that time it was yearly pattern. Half of the year is over. And you never looked at me in the classroom. You have 5, 6 your favorite boys sitting in the front rows. You always look at them. You always teach them. You almost ignored me as if there is a student like me in a classroom. And today I've shown, with all the vengeance on you, I have performed and prepared for this examinations. I have performed. Now I was literally puzzled. See, as a teacher, it's quite impossible for all of us, for any one of us, to care for all 60 students equally. And the hurt this boy carried, in fact, I was hurt at his behavior. And when I called him back into my staff room, he was expressing his hurt, that teacher never looked at him. Teacher never recognized him in the classroom. And I asked him a question, Ravi, if you were to be me, if you were the teacher, if you imagine that I were you, and I sit in your classroom without responding to your teaching, without trying to establish an eye contact with the teacher, do you think a teacher will look at you? And he said, I don't know all this psychology, whatever you are talking. You are trying to escape. No, it's an established fact that you didn't care for me for almost 6 months. That's what I wanted to tell you. But let me tell you, I still topped this examination. All your favorite guys ended up somewhere around 30, 35. Whereas I am the person who scored 50 out of 50. I'll be very happy, sir, if you can recognize me in a classroom. Now, this changed my attitude inside a classroom a lot. This incident, let me tell you. See, after all, they're human beings. They have an emotion. Certain times, they don't know how to express their emotion. Certain times, they are withdrawn. Certain times, they are into their shells. And somewhere the most difficult job thereafter I understood is to understand, look beyond their rebellion and look at their feelings. And thereafter, what I learned was to interact with the students outside the classrooms, because within within the classroom, you can do very little while teaching the concept. Probably you can stare at them, but beyond the class hours, I started memorizing their names. I started talking to them. Those were the days you don't have phones, and certain times I was walking into their canteens and sitting with them, taking a cup of tea, talking to them. And I did all unconventional methods to establish a rapport with all the students. But believe me, only for good. I never misused my intimacy with any student for that matter. And all my students were respecting me so well. And there was a stage where I was remembering almost 70-80% of my entire college students by name. Not only my branch students, my entire college students by name. And that's where I became a very popular teacher in the whole engineering college, because electronic student would respect me because I call him by name. Hey Anil, what are you doing? What's up today? And hope you're doing good. You're happy. That's enough for the boy. Probably he revered me so much, all through students. And that's how I became a very popular. That gave me extra kick to become more and more closer to the students and do something more. That's where probably my life has changed as a teacher. And even today, I thank this boy Ravi for enlightening me, for opening my eyes, and for giving me a new understanding on the role of a teacher. And that's where I changed a whole thing. And thereafter, I made it a point whenever I was a student, I always get connected to them. My old students would tell you this, but it's not for the sake of delivering this lecture. I'm giving that kind of examples, but this is what I feel. Truthfully, very honestly, I'm telling you this has happened in my professional life, and that changed in my entire journey. And experiments, you should, as a teacher, should be doing as many experiments as possible. And experiments along these lines should be made on a small scale by interested teachers and thoughtful parents. Somewhere we are ignoring all the stakeholders. In education, though the parent is playing a minor role, he is also a stakeholder. Please don't forget. And today's in nuclear families, smaller families, the parents absolutely, they don't have much control over the children. Because they love them so much, and they on their own cannot control. As teachers, we alone cannot control. Probably we need to establish a connection with the parent also sometimes. When you need to do certain experiments, you need to involve all your stakeholders. That's what I personally believe. That's what my experience says. A teacher is someone who sees, just now I said, someone sees each child as a unique person, and he encourages individual talents and strengths. This is what the student craves all the time sitting in a classroom. And let me tell you, I bet, I challenge, 80% of the students inside a classroom goes unnoticed. They can never attract the attention of the students. The last 10% who are mischievous can always draw the attention of a teacher. The top 10% of them who are meritorious can always draw the attention of the student. And in between 80%, they can never draw the attention of the teacher. That's where you need to encourage, you need to take time to encourage the individual talents and strengths. Probably in a new definition, in a paradigm shift, in a new era of education, probably we need to revisit this fundamental. In a classroom, each teacher shall get connected to each student. Not in a classroom, outside the classroom, in a college, I should say. And all my earlier examples, wherever, as an administrator, I was successful. I was successful because I've spent time in the hostels with the students and long hours with the students. And forgetting my ego, my role. No, I was sitting with them. I was sitting on a floor. I was talking to them very casually. And that's how I established a rapport. Believe me, as a teacher, I could travel this far because I understood my students much better. I understood, I have developed an empathy for all my students. And, I worked with them. I started recognizing their talents and strengths. And this is what it is. You need to be developing your talent and strength. We need to focus on it. I have another 5 minutes. Probably I cannot go through my entire presentation. Let me finish this talk with another short story. I don't know whether you have heard this story or not, but now it is virtual. I cannot see your feelings, and therefore let me continue. This story is about a boy again. This boy loses his hand in one of the accidents, in one accident, and he loses his left arm till the shoulder, amputated. And this boy lives at a place very close by a judo school. Judo is a martial art. This boy, for some strange reasons, developed a great liking for this art, judo. This boy all the time went to the school and was standing there, was seeking, his teacher for permission to join the school. Because he doesn't have a left arm, left hand completely, teacher never encouraged him to join. And this boy, out of his passion, was all the time serving the judo school students, serving them water, marking those lines, cleaning the wrinkle, and he was doing all kinds of service. And looking at his passion, one fine day, the teacher, admits him into the school. The teacher admits him into the school, judo school. Quite strange it is. And this boy was taught 4 techniques of judo, asked him to master. The boy has unlimited passion for the art. He started learning them, practicing them. But those students who joined along with him, the master was teaching them various other techniques as well. But this boy was deprived of all other techniques. He was taught with different techniques. And this boy, consoled himself, though pained, consoled himself, told himself that he has a disadvantage and therefore master is not teaching all. Then there came a competition. And master calls this boy, asks him to enroll for the competition. This boy was so surprised. I know only 4 techniques in judo. I don't have a left hand. How can I participate in the event? But master tells him, but you are going to win. Just participate with all the passion. This boy goes there, enters into the fray, wins one after the other, and finally enters into quarterfinals. This boy was quite surprised. He knows only 4 techniques in judo, and he doesn't have a left hand. And master tells him that you go on and you shall win the title. And he wins the quarterfinals, semifinals, goes into the final, and he understood that every one of his opponents was sympathizing with them. They were sympathizing with them, and therefore they are losing to him. And he tells his master that I don't want to continue with the competition because I don't want the sympathy, and I don't want to win in the name of sympathy. And master tells, who said that they are losing to you for sympathy? No, you are winning on your own. You go on, you are going to win the title. So he goes on and wins the title. And on his way back, this boy couldn't stop his curiosity. He asked his master, knowing only 4 techniques in judo and without a left hand, how could I? And master tells, these 4 techniques I taught you. When you apply on your opponents, the opponent has only one defense. The defense is to catch hold of your left hand and pull you down. Now you don't have a left hand, the opponent is going defenseless, and therefore, whenever you apply, you have a lot of passion, you have mastered these 4 techniques, and whenever you applied this kick on them, they are looking at the defense, you don't have a left hand, and therefore they are unable to win over. And that's how we are. So the role of a teacher, probably the story may be suitable for elementary students, but I just wanted to bring in to drive a point here. The point that I'm trying to drive here is, see, if you are a curious teacher, you can always convert the weakness of a student into a strength. So that's where you should be going. I think I should stop it at this point of time because I have another meeting. Ramasudha garu, I don't know if you want me to continue for some more time to fill the gap, I can, but for a brief period. If you are ready for the next session, probably I would like to stop it here.
So it's okay, sir. If you can continue, so it doesn't matter.
Now, are you ready with the next lecture? Are you ready with your next speaker?
The next speaker has to respond, sir. We are waiting for him.
Okay, I'll go ahead for the next 5-10 minutes. Meanwhile, you please secure because I'm limiting. I'm putting this constraint. So let me go. As a teacher, we should be making a difference in each child's life and affecting each family and the future of them. No, this is the greatest role we have. No, families remember you for a long time. If you can make a difference, bring in a difference. And the student for his entire life will remember you for what you do. Problems with all my student very plainly looks at you as a changer, rejuvenator, and enlightenment. And that's what a student after all expects. But if you really adorn the role of an enlightener, probably this is going to affect the lives, the families, and the futures of many. One of the beauties of teaching is that there is no limit to one's growth as a teacher. Now, definitely there is no limit for my growth because, I can grow as long as my student can grow. Imagine tomorrow my student becomes President of India. Imagine tomorrow my student becomes Chief Minister of a state or Prime Minister of a country. And imagine if the student likes me, reveres me, and respects me, how long I can go. I can go to Raj Bhavan, Rashtrapati Bhavan, I can go to PMO, I can go to CMO, I can go anywhere my student, as long as my student can go. So that's where it is. So the beauties of the teaching is that there is no limit to one's growth as a teacher, just as there is no knowing beforehand how much a student can learn. The principal goal of education is to create men who are capable of doing new things. And today we are at that age, let me tell you. We should create people who are capable of doing newer things. See, routine things cannot happen. We need to think laterally. We need to think out of the box. We need to prepare for this challenge of the tomorrow. And tomorrow, you see, a lot of changes are happening. China is slowly dominating the US, and somewhere China has its internal problems. The way we don't know what is that generating when rendering them as life them by only one thing that we need to tell them that from any kind of fears, they should be casting off weaknesses from their heart. No, they should cast off their weaknesses from their heart. You render them very confident. You just open them open their eyes, and then you show them various possible paths. You inculcate in them the logical thinking, sequencing, and thereby, any kind of a critical situation, a student and then learn and deliver. The sterling qualities of a teacher do not depend on the profound knowledge and talent, but from the charisma that brings inspiration, motivation, and devotion. Once again, I repeat. Now, it is not purely basing on the knowledge. Today we are in such an era, internet era. An IIT teacher teaching field theory can be viewed by your student. Much better if you're a teacher teaching field theory, and parallelly the student has the video lectures of an IIT professor, and you have SWAYAMs, you have so many MOOCs courses, you have so many professional bodies developing like NASCOMs, TCS, Wipro, IBM. All of them are releasing these learning resources. It is not the knowledge that matters at this point of time. You need not be competing with any knowledgeable person in the industry or elsewhere. Of course, it is for us to improve ourselves and thereby improve our research capabilities. That's a different story, let me tell you. But knowledge is not the only talent that is useful to a student. But your own charisma, how you can inspire. When you become a role model, the way you walk matters to the student, the way you talk matters to the student, the way you think matters to the student, your body language matters to the student, and your smile matters to the student. But from the charisma that brings inspiration, motivation, devotion, and touch, this is what is required at this point of time. And therefore, my dear friends, let us rethink about our teaching roles and reposition ourselves. And of course, this is a very popular quote. Let me not go through it. In years to come, a child may forget what you taught them. Seriously, I don't remember all those what has been taught by my teachers today, 35 years back. But today, I almost remember how a teacher made me feel inside a classroom. All those feelings are very, 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 very vivid and very fresh with me. Let me tell you. So it is not that, you should not teach them, you should not give them the knowledge, but what goes with the student for a very long time from here on is how you made him feel. That's where you need to be motivated. That's where you need to develop such an attitude that benefits a student. And that's where, you develop the art of teaching. And that's where it is. So very quickly, let me go to a serenity prayer. A teacher's serenity prayer. If I were to be a teacher, I would be praying for this. Oh my Lord, give me wisdom. Oh my Lord, give me wisdom. What for? I may look to the future and see the effect that my teachings will have on these children. Oh my God, give me that wisdom. Thereby, I may look into the future and see the effect that my teachings in this classroom will have on these children, and thus adapt my methods to fit the needs, the future needs of each and one of them inside the classroom. Oh my Lord, give me that wisdom to be right at this point. If I have to pray to the Lord, oh my Lord, give me that creativity. My Lord, give me that creativity through which I can prepare new and interesting projects that can challenge my students and expand their minds to set higher goals and dreams, loftier dreams and loftier dreams. Give me that creativity, oh my God, give me that creativity. Thereby, every day I come up with a new and interesting project, and thereby I expand the horizon of learning. I expand the problem-solving capability of my student. I expand their minds and set them towards higher goals. and allow them to dream loftier dreams. Abdul Kalam says that, but I would pray for God, pray God to give me such wisdom, such creativity, if I have to excel in my role. My Lord, also give me with love. With that love, I can praise my student for jobs well done and encourage them to get up and go on when they fail. And Lord, reveal yourself through me. Reveal yourself through me. This is my serenity prayer to Lord Almighty. If I had to pray, and I would love to have all these qualities if Lord Almighty is bestowing His choicest blessings on me. That's how a teacher should be doing. And I'm sorry if I had become a little, theoretical, but definitely this is what I believe. This is what I believe. This is the thing that should bring in a change. This is how we all needed to change to nurture next generation youth. Thank you very much, Ramasudha Garu. Hope I have filled that small gap.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your experiences, because these are very important to all of us. We are really fortunate to have you here, sir, because you led us through your experiences, and also you told us how to be interactive with the students, not only in the class but outside the class. I understand that knowing the names of the students makes them feel very special. That's how we are also feeling very special when you know our name and when you call us by our name. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being a part of this short-term training program and taking the short-term training program ahead with your vibrant lectures, sir. Thank you, sir.
Pleasure is mine, Professor Ramasudha, and I convey my sincere thanks to your Vice Chancellor, your Registrar, your Principal, your HOD, and particularly to you for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
This is Professor Krishna Mohan, and you will be glad to note that next session is by Professor Ravi Kumar from IIM Bangalore.
Oh, great, sir.
Yeah.
If time permits, I would.
I'm so glad. In fact, I could pick up points from your today's presentation. And, I don't know whether I can ask if you don't mind, then you can share the PPT so that definitely we are going to adhere to the practices that we evolved to make, impact felt by our students, and sharing your very personal experience. In fact, definitely enriched all of our participants, and it will go a long way in building their teaching career, as I understand. Thank you very much, sir. Nice of you.
Thank you, Professor Krishnamohan. I'm glad I could convince or I could impress one management guru. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One more thing is, all these lectures are being live streamed on Geeta platform. Geeta is general interest talks on AU College of Engineering. So all these lectures, whatever are the lectures that are there for the 1 week long program, they're being live streamed on the Geeta platform.
Thank you, Professor Ramasudha. And I wish you all the best. And please permit me to leave.
Outreach, more outreach than what we could envisage. This message is not going to get confined only to this FDP inauguration. It will go a long way in giving right message to the young teachers in building their personality most aptly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you. Permit me to leave this meeting now.
Yeah, nice.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing your time, sir.
My pleasure.
I'm ready. We'll just take a minute or two before our next speaker joins.
Yeah, he said he will join exactly at 12 o'clock.
I joined, sir, already.
Yeah,
join, sir.
Welcome.
Oh,
Your
okay,
photo is not seen.
No, it is visible.
Yeah. Hope.
I can see my face. I can see you also.
Now I am able to see you, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We can see you, sir.
It is quite cold here, so.
You are going to make it hot.
Fine,
this
fine.
online interaction. I know.
So,
Namasudha, go ahead.
so the next,
Probably
yes, sir.
you can give a brief
Sir.
sketch of what is Ravi Kumar and how he has come up,
Yes,
how he
sir.
is rated as an excellent teacher, right?
Yes, sir. Dr. Amarendra Reddy is going to introduce our speaker for the next session. Dr. Amarendra Reddy.
Thank you, madam. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Ravi Kumar Garu to this audience of the short-term training program. So Professor Ravi Kumar Garu has been tenured as a professor in organizational behavior at IIM Bangalore. Sir holds a master degree in philosophy and parapsychology and a doctoral degree in organizational behavior from both Andhra University, Valther. Prior to his joining IIM Bangalore in 1986, Dr. Kumar has associated with Andhra University, Usmania University, Berhampur University, and also in Government India's Center of Excellence by UNIDO. Dr. Kumar has over 40 years of teaching and consulting research experience in the fields of organizational behavior and human resources management, in addition to wide-ranging academic administration. He has been recipient of fellowships from European Foundation for Management Development, Association of Management Development in South Asia. Dr. Kumar serving as visiting professor in SRD, Spain, Barcelona, and he is also with the Department of Management, Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat, and his research articles have been appeared in national and international journals and were shared in several conferences and seminars. His collaborative research has been published as a book, Shaping Business Leaders, What B Schools Do Not Do. Another co-authored book, Organizational Growth and Success, a case research study. Consistently over the years and across the institutions, he has been rated as an effective teacher and trainer by thousands of students at graduate, postgraduate, and doctoral levels. So here Dr. Kumar has developed several teaching materials that include broadcasting quality in management educational. So here Dr. Kumar has held consulting assignments with government institutions, public and private sector organizations, and multinational companies. Dr. Kumar has been as an editorial member in several international and national journals. And at the young age, Sir has served as several apex decision-making and policy formulating bodies. Developing, and Sir is a member of different digital format educational movies. So here, and he is the first academic from the IIM to be featured on BBC for work done on gender diversity. So here he is an expert member in psychology in UPSC Reforms Committee since 2001. And Sir has been longitudinal research on along with the others on MBA students. So here that has resulted publication in SAGE. So Sir is having several research committees and power trading corporation. So this is an example for that. And Sir is serving as the first among the IIM professors to teach MBA students of Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. And he is the first among the IIM professors to become honorary professor at School of Management Studies, Central University of Hyderabad. It is my pleasure to introduce to the audience of this STTP program, and thank you, madam. So for giving
you,
this
Amrita.
opportunity.
Thank you, Amrendra. Sir, it's now a pleasure to hear you, an eminent personality like you, to have you on this dance.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramasudha, Dr. Reddy, and my old friend.
Virtually. Thank you very much, sir, for your on.
Thank you very much, ma. Dr. Reddy, Dr. Ramasudha, and above all, my old friend, Krishna Mohan. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I hope I am audible and visible.
Yes, sir.
You are perfectly audible.
Those of you who see me and who can listen to me, don't respond. Only those of you who are not able to see me or listen to me, please raise a voice. I'll tell you how to get at least one or two. Most importantly, if you can listen to me, fantastic. If you can see me and listen, super. Right? If one of them is a problem, there's a way to sort it out. First thing is you cut down the visual. You don't have to see me. Okay? And that should improve your ability through this medium to listen to me. I don't have any PowerPoint presentation. I'll tell you why. If you have powerful points, you don't need PowerPoint. So that's what I learned. And when you have a PowerPoint presentation, there is a danger that you stick to that and you won't be able to change as per the needs. So for these two reasons, I have done away with PowerPoint presentation, though I'm very well known for leveraging the technology. I don't know how many of you are interested in knowing PowerPoint presentation is in existence when Microsoft Office came into existence. Before that, the earlier forms was, the first one was known as Harvard Presentation Graphics, HPG. It's way back in 1991. Then they said, they dropped that and they said, we have Harvard Graphics. You don't have to use the word presentation. The minute Microsoft Office came, the PowerPoint came, and from 1997 onwards, PowerPoint has become very popular. So, but I'm not using any PowerPoint presentation, but I have some points which I'm sure will add value. After saying all these things, first let me congratulate my university, and I'm proud to say that it is my university. It is our university, Andhra University, for organizing this short-term training program. I wish and hope, though it is titled as short-term training program, I'm sure it will have a long-term impact. So just because it is titled as a short-term does not mean that it cannot have a long-term impact. Let's see how it can have a long-term impact. I thank Andhra University for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to add value to its endeavors. Now, my topic is discovering self to leverage for growth and development. Now, you might wonder, what is all this about? Ravi Kumar, given his background in psychology and parapsychology, and given his background in management research, what is going to tell about? I suppose most of you understand Telugu and watch Telugu films. If you have seen a recent film called Most Eligible Bachelor, this session is something connected to that film. I don't know how many of you have seen a film called Most Eligible Bachelor. If you have not seen it, please see it. I don't get any cut in the income, but it's worth watching because it talks about exactly our topic. The role of self, the need to discover, and after discovering, how to leverage that knowledge for growth and development, and how growth and development are different. Now, this is one of the easiest ways to understand what is this topic about. Now, to put it in a completely different way, in a much more holistic way, the session is going to link itself with what Valmiki Ramayana tells us. So it tells us the teachings of Ramayana. Now, Ramayana is a big volume. How do we understand? We don't know Sanskrit, all that is fine, but there's a much easier way of knowing from Ramayana. How do you know about Ramayana? First thing is, most of us do not know why it is called Ramayana. Ayan in Sanskrit means the path taken. So it is the story of the path taken by Rama. So that's why it's called Ramayana, Chandrayana. You know, the path to travel to moon. You know, Rama, once he had a doubt. He has not become a king, he is just a prince. He had a doubt. The doubt is the first strategy in our session. He wanted to know about himself. He had a doubt about himself. So what did he do? We didn't have Andhra University in those days. SSTP was not there. PowerPoint presentations are not there. Ravi Kumar is not there. How to go about? So he went in search of a teacher, his own teacher, and his name happens to be Vasistha. So Vasistha was living away from city, and it was raining like it was raining till yesterday in Bangalore, heavy thunderstorms. So he went and reached the hermitage's place, and there he knocked the door, middle of the night. So Vasistha, like you and me, in the middle of the night, he was sleeping, and he got up and he said, "Who is that?" Like all of us say, if somebody knocks, we'll ask who it is. Rama said, "It's me." Vasistha went back to sleep, and Rama was getting drenched in rain outside the hut. Again, he knocked the door. Vasistha said, "Who is that?" Rama said, "It's me." So Vasistha asked him a question, "What do you mean by me?" Rama's answer was, "To know that I came to you." Then Vasistha explained to him what is called Yoga Vasistham. Those of you who get a chance, please read Yoga Vasistham. That's a fantastic way of discovering yourself to leverage for growth and development. I'm sure in Ramayana you heard about the story of Viswamitra. Viswamitra tells Rama, most of us who listen to religious songs or goes to temple, I'm sure early morning you listen to what is called Suprabhata. The first sloka of Suprabhata was written by Viswamitra. Starts with Kausalya Supraja Rama. This is the wake-up song Viswamitra uses to wake up Rama and tries to give him all the knowledge he has, all the weapons he has. Then Lakshmana asked him a question. You must have put in lots of effort to acquire all these astras. Why are you giving it to me? He says, I have discovered that I can conquer the world, but I cannot conquer myself. So he says, I'm not able to control my behavior. I could not conquer the concept of self. So the minute I understood how useless all these weapons are in conquering self, I have gained what you call it as self-actualization. You might wonder, why am I telling you all these stories? These are something that will help you understand. You look at Mahabharata, the entire gist of Gita is that Swadharmeni Dhanam. How to know what is one's dharma, how to know what is to be done, what cannot be done, what should not be done. You might wonder, why am I talking about the so-called epics? The topic deals with the teachings of Adi Shankaracharya, Aham Brahmasya. if I can know about myself fully, I can know anything in the universe. I don't know how many of you remember. Adi Sankaracharya's experience with a low caste individual called Chandala. And he realizes learning need not come only from teachers. There is God in everybody. This is called the Chandala experience. Right? Incidentally, one of the works of Adi Sankaracharya called Shakpadi, that means a living creature with 6 legs. It could be an insect, it could be a human being, because you have 6 inner enemies according to the wisdom in India. You know, first sloka's first line is very interesting. It says, Avinaya, Apanaya, Vishnu. Avinaya, Apanaya, Vishnu. You know what it means? Avinaya means not being respectful to self and others, not valuing the importance of respect. Apanaya means take it away from me. Vishnu is praying to God. So the purpose of education, the purpose of knowing myself is to become more humble. The recent person in the same flow could be, one of the recents is Ramana Maharshi, who talks about the methods of introspection. I'll come still closer. Another person called Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. I'm very, very clear when I refer to Gandhi with full name, because there's so many Gandhis. People get confused. I don't know how many of you have looked at 3 important teachings of Gandhi. The first one is experiments with truth. He's written a book, please read it. Satya Agraha is not strike. Satya Agraha is the right to express one's true feelings. Agraha is expression. Third one is power of non-violence. What do you mean by power of non-violence? Till then, the entire freedom movement was on the path of violence. Gandhi is the first person who was convinced, because of his life experiences, his successful endeavors in understanding himself, continuously discovering himself, leveraging his self for his continuous development, and not being much bothered about his growth. Obviously, I'll refer to 2 very, very important people from academics. One is Abraham Maslow. Incidentally, he quoted Gandhi in giving an example of the ultimate purpose of discovering self, called it as self-actualization. Maslow is very well known to most of us, unfortunately, only as a person who proposed a theory of motivation. Maslow is one of the pioneers of humanistic psychology. He says, every human being is unique. He has a responsibility to discover himself continuously. So, Maslow. The next person is a person called Carl Rogers, who changed the path of counseling as a field. He said client-centered therapy. He is the person who talked significantly about self-concept. What does self mean? We'll talk about all of it. But as of today, if you want to understand Maslow and Carl Rogers' works, very simple, which was stated even by Gandhi. And Gandhi was quoted by Maslow and Carl Rogers. You know, if God has to appear in front of a hungry man, he has to take the shape of food. What does this mean? You have the right to have your expectations. And if God has to appear, he has to meet your expectations. I hope I'm clear, and I hope I'm going on the path. Any feedback? Hello? Can somebody respond?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
What
sir.
I'm saying, does it make sense?
Sir,
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead, Ravi Kumar.
definitely.
Okay, okay. No, I need this. This is a part of a demonstration. Please remember, contrary to many parts that we have in discovering self, discovering self can be done in more than one way. One is what ancient Indian wisdom tells you, which is called introspection. You don't need anybody's help. With your cognitive power, with your intellect, you can discover yourself. That is one path. There is a second path. I can know about myself. I can discover myself with the help of others. This is typically more of a non-Indian, more to European or American way of understanding. You must have heard about a very popular saying in English, tell me about your friends, I can tell you about you. So I can know about myself by interacting with others. We'll talk about it later if the time permits. Fine. So what do you mean by self? When I say self, it exists between the birth and the death of a human being. Self did not exist before you're taken birth. Self doesn't exist as a concept after death. So first, let's get it very clear. Self means a concept, an entity that exists between the birth and the death. If that's clear, the next step becomes much easier. Now, for most of us, death is a very, very painful aspect. All of us stupidly try to avoid death. Some people succeed in delaying the death. But in US, we say there are two things that are certain in life: taxes and death. You can't avoid. You can delay. It's a typical American expression. So that means death is certain. When it comes, how it comes, what's your number in the waiting list, it may be uncertain. But death is certain. How death happens is uncertain. When we talk about death, there are three kinds of deaths according to the research on death. Let me make it very simple. The first death is called cardiac death. That means when your heart stops, you're dead. This is called cardiological death. Medical science says that people can be revived. People can be brought back from the cruel jaws of death if heart stops. There are resuscitation techniques. There are surgical techniques. That can happen. That means you can revive a person who is under cardiac death and bring him back to life. So first kind of death is cardiac death. Most of you must have seen this is quite often shown in several films across languages, where accident happens or somebody gets. One film that comes to my mind is Atari Dudale. Pavan Kalyan rescues Ravu Ramesh and brings him to the hospital, and the doctor typically says, you brought him in time. Science says, even though heart has stopped, the brain is active for some time. During that time, the person can be revived. So there is something called a cardiological death, which can be revived. But there's something called neurological death, which can never be revived. If brain dead means dead. Now you might wonder, why am I talking about this? In the field of psychology and behavioral science, there is another death called behavioral death. Behavioral death is when you stop discovering yourself. I hope now you see the link. You are behaviorally dead if you are stopped discovering about yourself. You don't interest you anymore. Okay? Put it in a different way. I stopped thinking either about myself or about world, about anything. So my thinking is zero. I don't have feelings. There's another dimension. I don't feel good or bad. I don't feel high or low. I don't feel happy or unhappy. I don't feel high and I don't feel low. The third one is there is no activity or reactivity. When these things happen, we say a person is behaviorally dead. He may be cardiologically alive and neurologically alive. I'll give you a simple example. A person who is in a prolonged coma, he is behaviorally dead. I hope you got this. Now, the purpose of discovering self to leverage for growth and development is to ensure that you are not behaviorally dead. How to extend the life of your behavior. To put it in a different way, I understand there's quite a few teachers and students. When I stop learning, I am behaviorally dead. Teaching is a form of learning. I'll tell you a very, very interesting aspect. One of the best ways to delay aging is teaching. Teach yourself or teach others. I'll give you a very, very simple rule of thumb. Look at people of the same age, maybe the same family, two brothers or two siblings. Not much of an age difference, maybe 1 year difference. The person who has been in a teaching profession, he looks much younger than a person who is not in a teaching profession. Look at yourself if you're a teacher. Compare yourself with a person of the same age, a similar family background. Generally, people, if they are in a teaching profession, the aging is delayed, not that they remain youthful all the time. They do get aged, but they will not get fast. They won't become old very fast, right? This includes people in teaching profession. But I'll tell you the problem with teaching profession. They might not age because teaching is nothing but discovering self and continuously leveraging that for growth and development. As I told you, teaching is a forced form of learning. Now, in other words, when my learnability is ability to learn, leveraging the opportunity to learn, keeping my desire to learn very high. I'll revisit these three words, but remember, desire to learn, ability to learn, opportunity to learn, these three constitute learnability. When the learnability is not zero, you are behaviorally alive. If you are behaviorally alive, you don't age. That's the secret. That's the secret. Now, what do you mean by growth? I use some words till now very carefully. I use the word death. I use the word called cardiac death. I use the word called neurological death or brain death. I used behavioral death. Behavioral death. What do you mean by growth? Growing means you're aging without any purpose. For example, an animal, it grows in age, but its knowledge, its wisdom, its behavior does not have any change. That's the difference between an animal and a man. The letters man are drawn from animals.
Can I ask one doubt, sir?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Sir, why you said that teachers are young when compared to the other
I
professions.
said teachers remain young.
Yeah.
It's
Why? What is
the
what
reason
the
is, first thing is the profession. It constantly forces you to learn.
Yes, sir.
You can't get away teaching the same damn thing every day. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
That is why university syllabus is changed. Do you want to know why university syllabus is changed once in 5 years, 10 years? Why there is something called Board of Research Studies? Why there is Board of Studies? Because otherwise, you tend to repeat what you said.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Suppose you have to teach something, let's presume, you have to teach something called motivation.
Yes, sir.
Leadership. What you have studied as a student, you continue to teach today, though it has become irrelevant. First, please remember, knowledge, science, art, craft, they are not static, they're dynamic. What
Yes.
was considered to be a scientific truth few years ago is not anymore a scientific truth today.
Yes.
Because science evolves, knowledge evolves. So
Yes.
if you are in a teaching profession, one of the reasons is you're forced to learn.
Yes.
You are forced to learn something new. You're forced to learn from your own experience. You know why?
Yes.
If you teach the same topic, before the student gets bored, you get bored. Have you ever noticed?
Yes, sir.
So in order to avoid boredom, you try to either teach something new or teach the old thing in a new way. That keeps you young, first.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Second,
sir.
there is another important aspect why teachers remain young. Generally, teachers teach people who are younger to them. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
When I started my teaching profession in Andhra University, when I was teaching in a department which does not exist today, I understood, called Industrial Relations and Personal Management. It's called IRPM. When I taught in 1977, 78, my students, most of them are at least 2 years younger to me. If I go to class today, the age difference is maybe 40 years, 35 years. But please remember, when I stay with the youngsters, their company will make a positive impact on me. I'll give you a simple example. 3 people from Andhra Pradesh who were born, brought up in Andhra Pradesh. One man stays in Vizag. Another person goes to, say, Bangalore. Another person goes to Delhi. If you want fourth person goes to Bombay. If you bring all these 4 people after 10 years, you can see that man from Bombay, he has picked up some new skills and new habits. The way he dresses is undergone a change. The way he speaks any language has undergone a change. The kind of dress he wears is different. The way he keeps his hair is different. The value for time, for example, is very high for a person from Bombay, which is contrast to a person who comes from Delhi. He is different from the same chap. That's exactly what I'm saying. Suppose you push an Andhra chap who was born and brought up in Andhra Pradesh, put him in Assam. After some time, his facial expressions, his gestures, some of Andhra will stay with him, but he would have picked up because he lived in Assam for some time. You know, there's a saying, if you are in Rome, be like a Roman. This is a forced learning, consciously or unconsciously. So since teachers spend most of the time with youngsters, this is another reason for teachers to remain young. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any other question? Can I continue?
Yes, sir.
Another important aspect, I allowed this to happen. Please feel free to stop me. In teaching, you can't afford to say this is the only profession where you can say, let me complete. No. If a person says, let me complete, you can ask me a question only after I finish. He cannot be a teacher and he's not a teacher. Take it from me. In any other profession, in bureaucracy, it is possible. In all other professions, it's possible. But in teaching, the desire to learn has to be encouraged. And questioning, putting a question means the individual is struggling to discover himself. That's why generally teachers encourage people to question, and I'm no exception. This is another reason I said, again, I'm saying, any one of you have a question or doubt, please ask. Please stop me. You have the right to stop, have an obligation to stop there and make an attempt to answer your question. Please remember, there is nothing called a stupid question. An answer can be seen as a stupid answer. First. Second, to ask a question, you don't need competence. You don't need knowledge. It requires only a little bit of courage of exposing oneself that I don't know, but I have a desire to know. Not knowing is not a crime. But after not knowing, not making an attempt to know the answer is definitely a crime. Crime in academics, at least. So feel free to ask questions. To ask a question, you need one simple courage of exposing oneself. And I'm not here to sit and pass a value-loaded judgment that you asked a stupid question. There is nothing called a stupid question. Question is a question is a question. Whenever I come across the word question, I'm reminded of my local guardian, Dr. S. Gopal, who was a professor of history at JNU. He said, Radhakrishnan philosophy has interpreted the word question in a very, very unique way. Question means I quest on. I don't know how many of you understand Telugu there. Pipasi, jnana pipasi. You question because of the thirst you have towards the knowledge. You are the thirst of the knowledge. If you are fully satisfied, which is a hypothetical construct, there is nobody who knows everything completely, including himself, including herself. So knowledge about self completely is only a myth. It's a constant struggle. That is what we mean by discovering self. Can I continue, please?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So growth means, in India, we use this as a dirty, foul language. Telugulo cheptam meeku కాస్త వయసు పెరిగింది బుద్ధి రాలేదు. That is growth. A tree grows, doesn't serve any purpose, excepting its growing. Whereas there's another tree that growing and serving a purpose of giving a shade, giving oxygen, taking carbon dioxide inside, giving fruits. I would request you to look at two trees, which are the most purposive trees perhaps I can think of in the plant kingdom. The plantain tree, Aviti chettu, the banana tree. Technically, you should call it as banana plant because it doesn't have a bark, hard. It doesn't have a trunk that is hard. Every part of a banana plant serves a purpose. Similarly, a coconut tree. Similarly, a palm tree. Look at them. They have not just grown, they have developed. Development means my growth is made purposive. At least it meets one purpose. Now, there is a multidimensionality for development. If I can make it multi-purposive, fantastic. That means I'm at a grown in my profession. For example, I'm an assistant professor. Later, I became an associate professor. Later, I became a full professor. That is what you meant by growth. But did you ever ask a question, did I improve as a teacher? If I have not improved as a teacher, it happens because I have not discovered my teaching style, my teaching method, the pedagogy I use, or the information I gather, or the information I share. Maybe I become less sensitive to the needs of the student. These are all the aspects. So the question here is, development means enhanced purposive growth. It means I have one purpose, now I'll make it two purposes, three purposes. Give you a simple example. You take what is the purpose of Gita, Bhagavad Gita? Is it because it's in Mahabharata? Or can you learn something? M.K. Gandhi made a very interesting statement. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. He said, whenever I'm confronted with an unsurmountable problem, a difficult problem for which I don't have an answer, he says, I resort to Gita. I read Gita, and somehow I feel I get an answer. And every time I went to Gita, I found an answer. This might be a little exaggeration, but please remember, discovering is. So what do you mean by development? The third aspect of development is, we always thought purpose is static. All philosophies, all religions tell you how wrong we are. The purpose, the minute it is static, the minute it is met, you are dead. I'll ask you a simple question. What is the purpose of eating? To satisfy hunger. If I become thirsty, I drink water. What is the purpose of drinking water? To quench my thirst. I feel tired. What is the purpose of sleeping? It is to recoup the energy. But please remember, after eating, after some time, again you feel hungry. After drinking some water, again you feel thirsty. After learning something, you feel like learning more. That's why I quest on. Question means I quest on. Put it in a different way. If I can make the purpose dynamic, life is continuous. I'll give you a simple example. We use a word called Avatara Purusha. If you look at Dasavatars, not the Kamal Hassan's film called Dasavatars, but Dasavatars as depicted in the Hindu or the Sanatana Dharma. Every avatar had a purpose. The minute he served the purpose, he exited. So can I make my purpose of life dynamic? As some of you might know, I have retired from IIM Bangalore in May 2019. That means in Bhagavad Gita we say, Jatasya Maranam Dhruvam. Every employment will have a retirement, retrenchment, or a resignation. I'm retired. But that does not mean I stopped growing. That does not mean that I stopped developing. I have kept myself meaningfully, purposefully busy. This is well within us. Unfortunately, when we think of keeping ourselves busy, we get confused between being purposelessly busy and purposefully busy, meaninglessly busy and meaningfully busy. I think I'm keeping my life purposefully busy by interacting with you. This is a lovely example. Or I'm keeping my life meaningfully busy. For certain activities, I say no. Only certain activities. Earlier, maybe I had a compulsion of the job. Now I don't have. So when I make the purpose dynamic, that means learning is not static. Learning is purposive. That's why we say learning is lifelong. I'm a lifelong student. I might not be a student in a formal sense, but in a behavioral sense, I'm a student. I'm learning. Radhakrishnan makes a very interesting statement. I learn till my last breath. At my last birth, when I'm taking my last breath, ఆఖరి ఊపిరి తీసుకునేటప్పుడు కూడా నేను విద్యార్థినే. నేను ఆపడం ఎలాగో నేర్చుకుంటాను. I'm learning how to stop my breath. Incidentally, Professor Radhakrishnan, Dr. Radhakrishnan, was associated with Andhra University as a vice chancellor. That is one of the reasons I got back Radhakrishnan sir. Okay, now the last word in the caption of topic is leveraging means making use of the knowledge, skill, and behavior. I'll give you a simple example. Most of us have mobile phones. We use mobile phones. All of us have the same mobile company's mobile phone. Some of us have one mobile phone. Can I request others to mute their mics, please? Okay. You and I have the same mobile phone. The benefit I get from this mobile phone becomes far superior when I have developed what is called mobile competency. If I learn more about the mobile phone, I can get the benefit from the mobile phone more. Simple example, simple example. You may have it, but you don't know how to use it. That's the difference. That's exactly the difference. Right? I'm reminded of my experience in Andhra University. We had a department called nuclear physics. Dr. Venkatreddy was the professor and head. He had a Radio Shack PC, personal computer, mini computer. And when I and a colleague of mine, late Dr. Madhu, we went to him and said that, listen, we want to make use of it. Surprisingly, he said, go ahead. He bought it from US. I think that was the first mini computer in Andhra University. Why am I saying this? He has it. He knows how to use it. We don't have it. He said, you learn. To learn a computer, you don't have to own it. All the people who own it might not know how to use it. So to close the mobile phone example, the performance on a mobile phone is dependent on two factors. One is your mobile culture. Mobile culture is different from mobile competence. Mobile culture is when you call somebody, you don't know under what circumstances, in what situation he is. It's culture to ask, is it a good time for me to talk? There is something called civilized hours and uncivilized hours. Being sensitive to others' needs is one of the purposes of discovering self. I have no business to hurt anybody. I cannot hurt people knowingly. After knowing it hurts, I should not be here. Obviously, all religions say the same thing. Now, coming back, leveraging means how do I make use of the knowledge that I have, the skill that I have, and the behavior that I have. So let me go in deeper into the subject. Can I continue, please? I need a feedback.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any question here?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when we say discovering, it has two dimensions. One is discovering self. What do you mean by discovering? Please understand this. It is not invention. It is not innovation. It is there. You are not knowledgeable of its existence. With some effort, with hard work, with some risk, you are realizing its existence. Columbus discovered America. Marco Polo discovered India. Let's presume. Give two examples. These countries or these continents, subcontinents existed before that man. So it is there. That's why it is called discovery. Now, are you discovering yourself? Are you discovering beyond yourself? Beyond yourself has many meanings. One simple meaning is, if you are discovering others, it's not yourself. So it is what we call it as para-self, the universe. I am part of the universe. You are part of the universe. Together, you and I are parts of a universe, but we don't constitute together the whole of universe. There is universe beyond you and me. In other words, when we do this, we are realizing the importance of interconnectedness of three vital aspects of discovery. One, the desire. If you don't have the desire to discover, you will never discover. If you don't have the desire to discover, you may be in a situation, but you don't leverage the situation. I'll give you a simple example. Every university, particularly our university, has a fantastic library. How many of us are discovering the benefits of going to library? Library is there. Lakhs and lakhs of books are there. There is a resource. Are you realizing it? Are you leveraging it? Please remember, universities, what is known as Jnanadhara, teachers are a resource. Technology is another resource. Society is another resource. Are we benefiting? Are we not benefiting? For example, Andhra University has a logo and it has a motto. How many of us ever bothered to know the meaning of the motto? Tejasvi na avadhitamastu. How many of us discovered the meaning of the logo? The rising sun, the lotus. Now, that's the difference. You don't have the desire. When you don't have the desire, you don't find the ability. So second word is ability. None of us are born with desires. Desires are learned. Ability is also learned, thank God. Otherwise, there's no need for university. The purpose of university is to build the abilities, skills, improve the behavior. And the third one is the purpose of society, the purpose of a university, the purpose of a department, a purpose of an academic discipline, the purpose of a teacher is to create an opportunity to discover. I hope you see the link. The job of a manager, if I have to give a managerial example, the job of a manager is not to teach. The job of a teacher, the job of a manager is not to train, force knowledge. The job of a manager is to kindle the desire to learn, to get trained, generate the hunger to get trained. Similarly, the job of a teacher is to kindle a desire to learn. That's how teaching and learning are connected. In an academic situation, students, if they can end up learning beyond what is taught, we say that guy is a great student because he had discovered with something with a strong desire, which has led to development of an ability, and he has utilized the opportunity. Many people go to US. Have they leveraged the opportunity? Many people visit a museum. Are you a passenger or are you a tourist? There is a difference between these two. A tourist is discovering. A passenger is traveling. Please understand the difference. Now, please realize the importance of interconnectedness between the desire, the ability, and an opportunity. You may be lucky to get an opportunity, but if you don't have a desire, you can never leverage the opportunity. It's like, I'm under a Jnana Vuksha. I don't get anything. That means people who join in a course, they get the certificate. They might pass. But what he learned is far inferior to a student who discovered more learning from the same environment. This is what we meant by leveraging, right? Let me take you to the next aspect of it, growth. Please remember, growth is something that you cannot arrest. You have no control on growth, especially growth of human being in terms of aging and in terms of development of several abilities that include mental abilities, that includes what we call it intellect. If I use the word intellect. When I use the word intellect, intellect ki Telugulo digve and padam medhavi. Intellect ki chaduvuki sambandham ledhu. A person may be illiterate, but he might have what you call it as intellect. He might have what is called wisdom. Buddhi undachu. Ataniki జ్ఞానం ఉండొచ్చు. But at the same time, you have to remember, when you grow, you have to pay a price for the growing. One of the easiest ways to understand the growth is what we call the word aging. Right? When people ask me, I tell them, I am older than yesterday. I am older than yesterday, but I'm younger than tomorrow. Because I've not experienced tomorrow. While we grow in age, please remember certain things come down in us. One of them is curiosity. Simple word, we use the word interest, close to curiosity. Right? When a new film is released, you look at the audience or the spectators or viewers. Most of them would be youngsters. Why an elderly person is not dying to see a film, a new film? He doesn't have interest. He does not see any difference between this film and the film that was released early. If I have to give an example, if RRR, a film by Rajamouli, gets released in January 6th or 7th, as it's being threatened, most of the elderly people, old people, they don't show much interest. They think it is no way, it's not going to be much different from Bahubali and Bahubali 2. But a youngster, that means a person who is much younger to me in age, he is more curious to see. So one aspect you have to bear in mind as we grow in age, if I had to use an academic expression, they are negatively correlated. As I grow in age, my curiosity comes down, my interest comes down. My interest in what? My interest in myself will come down. My interest in others will come down. My interest in what's happening around me will come down. My interest in future will come down. All these things lead to behavioral death. Okay, you understood the curiosity and the interest. I'll give a simple example. If you give something to a 5-year-old, 6-year-old child, that child is interested to know how it works. That's how they discover. I have noticed again and again the last 5-6 years, when I meet people who are younger to me, but not very young, say 45, 50, when I ask him, hey boss, can you change the channel in your TV? He will call his son. His son is more knowledgeable than his father, though the father bought the TV. You know why? This child is interested and curious to know how a thing will work. So, with age, curiosity comes down. If you can enhance and retain your curiosity, you will never age. Second, as I told you, curiosity and interest are related. They're not the same, but they're related. Look at what is called energy levels. The minute I meet a young person, I'm not using the word restlessness, not fidgeting. He is energetic, he is bubbling to do something. They're active. One might even use a judgmental statement called hyperactive. Right? Whereas people who are aged, they are morose. They're morose because they lost curiosity in leading life. They are getting closer to behavioral death, which will lead to a cardiac death, which will lead to a neurological death, which is irreversible, which we discussed earlier. So energy levels come down. Please remember, one of the best ways to enhance energy levels is to feel energetic. Feel energetic. I explained to you earlier, behavioral death has got 3 components. What do you think? How do you feel and how do you act? If you think your purpose in life is served, you are retired. Many university teachers, universities are like this. Fortunately, not my university, Andhra University. On the date of appointment, they take retirement. They go take their salary, but they do nothing. Their purpose in life is served because they got the job. They don't feel any curiosity, any desire to perform. That's why they just go. Life becomes mechanical. It's routine. Every student is no way different from other students. They teach the same thing in the same way to different people, which impacts their reputation as a teacher. I hope I'm clear. Let me go to the next step. You can feel energetic. When you feel energetic, people see energy in you and you see energy in you. Please remember, in human life, feelings are facts. We'll come to that, but the most important is to understand the link between feel and fact. The one thing we talked about enough is learnability. As we grow in age, your learnability comes down. So one of the best ways to manage aging is to increase your learnability. What do you mean by that? You don't have to necessarily confine yourself with the courses that are being offered. Unfortunately, in Indian universities, we don't have this system. In IIMs, we do have. In IITs, we do have in some limited sense. A student is free to study beyond the subjects he's asked to study. For example, if I'm doing my MCOM in Andhra University, I can go and audit a course in theatre arts. Unfortunately, we don't allow that. My request for the teachers there, please see whether you can do that. I am capable of learning little beyond what is prescribed. Why can't I learn? Why can't universities give that opportunity? This would help the students to discover themselves much better. So, to enhance learnability, you have to provide more opportunities. Let students go within the same university, need not go outside the university. That's a different story. We can talk about the importance of exchange students. But at this stage, my job as a teacher is to see that learnability will not go down. It goes up. My job as a living human being is that my learnability will not go. Okay? As we go in age, please accept a fact. It's not a feeling, it's a fact that my future comes down. How many years of life will come down? My past becomes more. When my past becomes more, there is every possibility because of this. I become more rigid. That means I'll say it is my way is the highway. Others have no way. There is a word in Telugu, I can't understand a soft word in English, I'll explain that. Chadasti. Your situations changes. Your style doesn't undergo a change. You remain the same. When the situation changes, if your behavior doesn't change, you become a victim of style. Several film stars remain, though they are in acting profession as film stars, because their style of acting does not undergo a change. That's why they become staple food for mimicry artists. I'll give you one simple example. Have you ever come across any mimicry artist, say in Andhra Pradesh, showing his mimicking capability of a film star called Chandra Mohan? They mimic N.T. Ramarao, they mimic Nageshwar Rao. Have you any time seen a person from, say, Bombay or Delhi, North India, Western India, a mimicry artist, imitating Naziruddin Shah? No. That's precisely because they are not victims of style. They discover themselves continuously and they align. I'll come to the concept of alignment a little later. But at this stage, I have another 52 minutes to go. As I age, as I grow in age, my rigidity increases. How do I discover myself? I have to discover myself by ensuring that I increase my flexibility. Doing is important. I know only one way to do. There may be another way to do. Can I discover another way to do? That means you're treading a new path to the same goal. I'll give you a simple example. The goal is same. The goal seeker is same. If he takes the same path, life becomes routine. The goal is same. The goal seeker is same. If he treads a new path, he will discover a new path. That's the philosophy, right? Another thing that increases with me is a baggage. How many of you remember a nursery rhyme we have practiced again and again? Baba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, 3 bags full. This baggage increases in weight and in size. When this baggage increases in weight and size, our movement, our dynamism will come up. So what is the way? Discover what goods from my baggage can be discarded. Discover, do I have to carry anything that is not used, say, in the last 4 or 5 years? Take it from me. You don't need it in your future. So why carry it? This is exactly the point I'm saying. It may be a technology, it may be a resource, it may be a tradition in the society. Incidentally, when I use the word tradition, like purpose, traditions are not static, they are dynamic. They change as the times change. Okay, my next question here, next point is, how do all of us have past? The newborn baby has a past. We have present and we have future. How do I manage my past is one of the important steps in discovering self. How do I manage my present, this minute, this hour, today? And how do I manage my future? These are another way of understanding and leveraging self. Can I use past as a path to discover myself? Can I learn from my past? Can I unlearn from my past? I have done it that way. Can I learn a new way? I have learned something, but I don't see any relevance of it. Can I unlearn? Please remember, all of us have limited capacities. We can carry limited volumes. I'll give you a simple example. When I was a student in Andhra University, both masters and PhD student, we were given library tickets. I think as a student, we were given 4 tickets in those days. Now, how do I leverage the library? I can take only 4 books at a time. But there is something called textbook section. There is something called reference section. I don't have to take the book outside the library to read. So what I used to do is, I used to take only certain books on loan because there is a limited capacity. Once I became a PhD student, I have more library tickets. But please remember, nobody in the world has got so many tickets that will be equal to the number of books because you have a limited capacity to cater. And library has a larger responsibility to cater to a larger number of students. So how do I accept my past. I am not at all guilty at all in my life of my teachers and of my universities. Many people try to hide their past. If you come from a humble beginning, there's nothing wrong. Actually, your achievements are much more laudable than a person who comes from a better background. This is what we call it as management of past. If I come from a poor family, I don't have to feel guilty that I come from a poor family. It's a fact that I came from a poor family. Why should I wipe it? Or the human tendency is, instead of accepting it, we try to deny it. This leads to defensive behaviors. Or refute the past. Try to cover it up or question. Most importantly, every living human being will have a past. You and I differ in terms of the quantum of the past and the nature of the past and what you do in the past. But for God's sake, don't live in the past. The Andhra University, known to me in 1975 to 77, is completely different from the Andhra University today. Maybe the campus size has not increased, maybe it is increased, but so many new things have happened. So when I have the past, can I learn from the past? Can I unlearn from the past? The second aspect is management of now. First realization is certainty. What is certain is this moment. Will there be next moment? I do not know. So one of the best things that to manage the present is, can I avoid becoming the victim of the past? What do you mean by victim of the past? I could not learn yesterday, but that does not mean I can't learn today. The fact that I have not learned yesterday makes me more responsible for me to learn today. I'll give you a simple example. Long ago, I happened to go to South India's first water theme park. It was on the way to Ooty. It's called Mettupalam. It was not open to public. Somebody took me inside. And, the waterways, boats, slides and all that. And I took my daughter. She was in a float. Then I discovered a 80-year-old lady. Float. And she also disembarked the float. That means got out of it and came to this shore. My daughter also. Then I asked her, I'm really surprised at the way you are enjoying. I did not have this yesterday. When I was young, I didn't have this facility. This facility is available today. What's wrong? I did not ridicule her. I'm trying to tell. So when you meet an elderly person who didn't have this facility, which you have, you don't have to ridicule him. You're forcing him to become a victim of the past, not necessarily. Not necessarily, right? What I can do to live in the present, because I'm not sure of future. I use two words for you to understand. One is contextual sensitivity. Second one is contextual sensibility. What do you mean by contextual sensitivity? The context of yesterday is different from the context of today. Can I be sensitive to this difference? Can I see the difference between this and that? When you don't differentiate between two things that appear similar or you find them similar, your learnability comes down. I'll give you a simple example. If you've gone to outside India, suppose you go to Japan. You are surrounded by lots of Japanese. You find it very difficult to differentiate your driver with your colleague and with your boss. Natural. Because you're responding to similarities, you're not discovered the differences. Suppose you go today, say to Ludhiana, Chandigarh, Amritsar. You find, for example, I'm giving, you find lots of Sardarjis there. Their names are different. Their features are different, but we can't see a difference. If you can't see a difference, you can't make a difference. I don't know how many of you remember, for many years, all South Indians were referred to as Madrasis. So a typical North Indian cannot see a difference between a person who comes from Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. He can't see a difference between the languages. That's because he's not contextually sensitive. A chap from Andhra knows the difference between Telugu of Srikakulam and West Godavari. How it happens, I'll come to that little later. But as of today, at this minute, the best way to manage present is, can I develop contextual sensitivity and contextual sensibility? Successful leaders across times, across societies have used this as a strategy. How do I manage my future? How do you define your future? Future itself is hope. There is no guarantee. But future is inundated with 4 parameters. The future is quote unquote dynamic. We call it volatile. Future is uncertain. Future is more complex than today. And future is more ambiguous. Let me explain. This is called a VUCA model. It's a model that developed during Israel war, which is applied to management later. Okay, now when the future is volatile, I should be prepared to withstand for the ups and downs. Uncertainty is A will lead to B. There is no guarantee of A leading to B, A might lead to C is uncertainty. What is complexity? When I move A, it moves B. That is complexity. It's not simple. I press A, but I get a print of B. Now, what is ambiguity? You don't know the interconnectedness. At this stage, if things are clear, I will take you to different steps of discovering self. Then we'll talk about the strategies to the bridge. One
Yes, sir.
step, sorry?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. One step is, how do you know self? How to know self? I told you, a typical ancient Indian wisdom is detach yourself from the external world and start looking into yourself. Introspection. With other methods. One thing is to realize, if I can understand myself, I can influence the world better. That includes me. Now, I'll give a very simple step. You know, when I want to create something that is non-existent, in a sense, it does not exist in that shape and form. There are 2 ways of doing it. One is called additive, other is called subtractive. You know, painting is additive. You add. You put one color, you put another color, you get another color. So this is called additive art form. All art forms need not be additive, right? So painting is additive. What is sculpting? How to make a statue? They take a block of stone and they chisel it out. That is subtraction. Once a sculptor was asked, how did he becomes such a great sculptor? His answer was very interesting. Stone is there. God has hidden the statue inside the stone. I know what is not required. So my job is to remove the unwanted stuff by chiseling it out, and I end up with a vigraha, with a statue. So what do you mean by this? How can I learn new things? That is additive. What is subtractive? How can I unlearn? How can I give up something which I have? Knowing purpose of self is another step. What is purpose of life? According to the ancient wisdom, we say there are 4 purposes of self: Artha, Kama, Moksha, Dharma. It is in that order. Whatever I do, whether I'm seeking a benefit or meaning, whether I'm acting, whether I'm pursuing something beyond my life, all these things have to be done according to Dharma. That means this tells us, listen. You have the desire to achieve a goal. Your acts are ready, how to go about, and you're sure of your goal. But whatever you do, it should be within the value. If I have to put it from a management student point of view, whatever I do has to be moral, ethical, and legal. This is how you chisel out yourself. You discover yourself. Okay. Now, I would like to suggest 4 purposes of life. These 4 are highly interconnected, and they are not the same. The purpose of this session is to enhance each one of them. Now, what is that? Why should I discover myself? When you discover yourself more, the first factor it leads to is success. Most successful people in any profession, in any part of the world, they are continuous discoverers of themselves and their environment. So success is the first factor, first purpose of life. Now you might ask a question, what is success? Success is achieving the goal. If you achieve the goal, you're successful. If you're not achieved, you're not being successful. Success is highly context specific. That's why I talked about contextual sensitivity. Success is highly context specific. What is a success to be may not be success to you. I'll give you a simple example. In somebody's eyes, I may be successful because I never worked in Andhra University, excepting for a very short time. But for me, Krishna Mohan, other friends in the university, they are successful because they could serve their own university. See how it can be looked. So success is highly context specific, highly subjective. Hold it. The second aspect or second purpose of life is satisfaction. Satisfaction is highly individualistic. Success and satisfaction are 2 different things. I may be successful, but I may not be satisfied with the success. I may be satisfied, but I might haven't been successful. I might not work for success, but I may be still satisfied. Right? This is what we use an expression called contentment. Contentment does not mean complacency. Dil mange more. I have some, I want some more. So second one is satisfaction. So you understood success, you understood satisfaction. The third factor is happiness. Happiness is personally defined state of mind. I can define happiness and I can achieve happiness. It is not on anybody else's control. That depends on your psychological orientation. You cannot make me happy. I can make myself happy of you. I might have failed in the exam, but I may be happy. It's possible. Suppose my father has told me, if you fail in the exam, I'll get you married. And I'm interested in getting married, whatever may be the purpose. So what do? I failed in exam. I might fail in the exam purposefully. For somebody's view, I'm not successful. I failed in the exam, but I'm very happy about my failure because the outcome of that failure makes me happy. So please understand, happiness is not in what we get. Happiness is in what we make out of what we get. Success, satisfaction, happiness. The last one, peace. Am I in peace with myself? So 4 Purusharthas, 4 purposes of life: corporate life, academic life, student life, anybody's life as long as he's not dead. Success, satisfaction, happiness, and peace, and my ability to understand the interconnectedness of success leading to satisfaction, satisfaction leading to success, these two together leading to happiness, or happiness leading to success, or happiness leading to satisfaction. Above all, if I'm in peace, it contributes to my success. If I'm in peace, it will contribute to my satisfaction. If I'm in peace, it contributes to my happiness. Incidentally, they are not separated from others. If I'm happy, it can make others happy. Others might find happiness in my happiness. Now, here comes a question at the end. Tell me, what is this so-called self? How do I understand? How do I discover self? Very, very simple, straight model. Imagine an onion. I know onion price is 100 rupees less throughout India, but take an onion, cut it vertically. Now, normally we cut it horizontally when we make a salad. We make first vertical cut, fold it, don't see the layers, and cut it again vertically, again cut it vertically, so that you get finely chopped onion. No, just take an onion, cut vertically. You find several layers. The first layer in understanding model is assumptions. What do I do when I know nothing? The position you take about yourself, about others, about knowledge, about an issue, about a problem, when we know nothing about the problem, is what we assume. Look at the spelling of assume. A-S-S-U-M-E. Now you separate as, you, me. Quite often, when you assume, you're making an ass of you and me. Unless otherwise, your assumption is purposive. Let me give you a high school example. Generally, when we learn mathematics, particularly algebra-based arithmetic, the mathematics teacher will tell that, imagine that your father has given you X rupees. Your uncle has given you 5. Your mother has given you 10. The total money you have now is 25 or 30. He is asking you to take an example of X so that you learn in a deduction what is that X. So it's a purposive assumption. Most of the times, the assumptions we make are not purposive. That's why we make a fool of you and me. They are facts. The purpose of knowledge is to get facts. Facts are 2 kinds. Situational facts and universal facts. What is situation fact? What works in Andhra University may not work in Usmania University. That's a fact. Who is the Prime Minister of the country? It is a situational fact. For Pakistan, it is Imran Khan. For India, it is Narendra Modi. Question is the same. The right answer is different because of the situation. Now, how difficult it is to get facts? As I told you, the so-called scientific facts are dynamic, right? Since it is very difficult for us to get facts, human brain has developed a method. What it does is, you take two facts, connect them, and extrapolate it. In statistics, we use an expression called extrapolate it, and take the third one as fact. This is called inference. God is love. Love is blind. Hence, God is blind. How stupid it is. You may be blind. That's why you can't see God. How can you say God is blind? But it may be logically correct, right? So, inference is something that we have obtained from facts, but need not be a fact. It is stronger than an assumption. It may be more reliable than an assumption, but it is not a fact. Simple example. You're seeing me only from above. Since you see me with a shirt, with a scarf or a cover and a coat, you might infer that anything. I'm wearing nothing below my shirt. I'm wearing a trouser. That is inference. Since you see a blue color and a white, you might infer based on that I'm wearing a blue color trouser or white color trouser. Somebody will say, no, there are two whites in Ravi's picture, apart from the whiteness in his hair. You have his jacket and the white dots in the, so he must be wearing a white trouser. That's an inference. Inferences, though they come from the same facts, they're highly, highly subjective. Those of you understand this. This is how we start interpreting wrongly. Same facts, but interpreted differently because of different influences. The next thing is an opinion. Based on our knowledge, acquired through assumptions, acquired through facts, or acquired through inference, we take a position. Please remember, the kind of opinions you have will determine your self-concept. Opinions is normally we say, I don't think so. For example, my friend Krishna Mohan has an opinion about IIM. We have been to IIM Ahmedabad. He has an experience-based opinion of Ahmedabad. Those people who did not go to IIM Ahmedabad, they can still have an opinion. That opinion may not be the same as Dr. Krishna Mohan's opinion, or maybe the same, but it's not sprouting from the same source. Opinions are nothing but tentative positions that we take. We predict humans' behavior based on our opinions. Okay. The next one, a very, very important aspect of self is belief. As you see, the complexity of each one gets increased as we move from the outer to the inner. That's a very, very important learning. You have to get it. Assumptions are like the dried skins of an onion. Peel it out. They are of no use. You can't use them in cooking. You can, at maximum, use them as a menu for some plants. There is some purpose, but they're not edible. They're dry. Now, as you go deeper into the onion, the inner layers will be more juicy, more pungent. That's why we took onion as an example in understanding self. Beliefs. Belief is nothing but a statement perceived to be true. Belief is a statement that is perceived to be true. I think it will truly happen. That's my belief. For example, many people believe that wealthiness will give you happiness. That's why they run after wealth. That's their belief. Some people believe wealth and happiness don't go together. That's their belief. Some people say if you have wealth, you can't be happy. That's their belief. Belief is nothing but a statement perceived to be true. Right? The next one, often used, most of the time misused, is called an attitude. I'm sure I don't have to explain to you what's an attitude. You have, but attitude is much stronger position we take. It takes a longer time to develop. It has a larger role in the impact on your life, whether it is success or failure, because of your attitude. The innermost aspect is what we call it as values. What is a value? I go back to Ramayana and I said Ramayana is nothing but, it means the path taken by Rama. The 2 feet on which Rama walked is supposed to be Dharma and Satya. Truthful and following the Dharma. He listened only to 2 people in his life. One, he respected and listened to his father. Then he listened to his teachers. This is another way to learn. So, what is a value? For example, what may happen? I should not tell a lie. That's whatever may happen to me, I should not be away from my duty. If I am to kill somebody, if my job is to kill somebody, I have to kill. That's it. So values are those positions, which I don't think I can explain to you. I have to explain to you. Values are those aspects of an individual which stay unchanged for a longer time. That's something interesting. This is what we call it as cultural values. Lifelong, if you belong to a culture, you carry that cultural value. Job values stay with you as long as you do the job. The values of an organization, you keep them with you as long as you're in that organization. I'll give you a simple example. If I'm a politician, if I'm a member of a political party, as long as I'm in that party, I try to expose the values of that party. The minute I change over, my values of the party have to undergo change. Because I'm seeing that I will do that, I'm given a chance to join this party. If I'm in Congress, for example, if I leave Congress and join BJP, if I continue the behaviors that are in line with the Congress values, I will be a misfit in BJP. I'm just giving an example. I'm no political leanings on this. So values are the innermost aspect of it. That means our behavior is predominantly governed by values. I'll give you a simple example of values. This is a line drawn by ourselves, and we'll say up to that line, okay, beyond that line, not okay. I will oblige people up to that point, but beyond that, I won't. Somebody asked me to come and meet them. I'll say yes. Then they'll ask me to meet me at 10 o'clock in the night. I might say no. Not 10 o'clock. It's uncivilized hour for me. So these values are nothing but self-imposed regulations, which we have learned from this society. So a person coming from one society, what he values is different from another person who is coming from a different society, but in the same time. The values of an American citizen are different from the values of an Indian citizen. For example, in India, we are holiday ethic. We enjoy having holidays. We want holidays. Whereas in US, we don't have many holidays. I'm not saying that is good, this is bad. Incidentally, values are nothing but what you consider good, you follow. What you don't consider good, you don't espouse. There is nothing called a right value or a wrong value. That's a value-loaded judgment. But there is something called appropriate value and inappropriate value. Let me go back to the earlier example I gave you. If I'm a teacher, I have to espouse to a value that student has a right to stop me. So I have to respect that and give an allowance and encourage students to ask me questions. If I'm a bureaucrat, yes, I can't have the same value system. Please understand this. There, I expect people to listen to me carefully, then ask a question, whether they have any doubt, whether they have a doubt in themselves, whether they have doubt in my promises that I made. I hope this is clear. The second step I want you to understand is, we call this as an acceptance rejection model. Do you accept yourself? In other words, are you happy with yourself? If you accept yourself completely, you will be a mad guy. Take it from me. If you reject yourself completely, you are another kind of a mad guy. Put it in a different way. If I like everything of myself, I am the handsomest fellow, I am the most capable fellow, there is nobody above me in the world. Suppose these are the positions I take about myself. That's how I've constructed myself. That's how I defined myself. I'm a narcissist. I have fallen in love with myself. All religious scriptures say, love thy neighbor as thyself. No religion, to best of my knowledge, ever told you, hate your neighbor, kill your neighbor. No. So, the question is, can I enhance the self-acceptance and reduce the rejection? This is what we meant by sculpting. There are certain aspects in me. So, if you accept yourself, you live in a heaven that is created by you, which can be hell for others. There are people who are full of themselves and nobody would like to be with them because all the time you have to listen to them. Because they're full of themselves, they don't give you a chance to question. They don't give you a chance to ask a question. Now they're willing to provide an answer. Such leaders or people with such orientation will not be successful as leaders for long, maybe for a short time. There are lots of leaders called narcissistic leaders, right? If you have more of rejection of yourself, what we call it in Telugu called Atma Nyunyata Bhava. Ante, I blame myself. I think low of myself. I think I can't do anything in life. There is no human being that he can't do anything. He can do something. That's the beauty of life. So how do I accept myself? How do I reject myself? The more the acceptance I have of myself and the less of rejection, but there are certain aspects which I don't like in myself. So what are the ways to understand self? Steps is, do an analysis of yourself. What do I like in myself? What do I don't like in myself? Second is, ask others, take help of others. What do they like in you? What they don't like in you? If you can put this into a 2x2 contingency table, you will get an agenda for you to evolve yourself, discover yourself. For example, what others don't like in me, what I don't like in myself, it's easy for me to discard. This is what we call it as social adjustment, which leads to success. The next one is, we always believe that there are only two ways of living life. I'll give you simple English words. If I want to influence somebody, I can influence him by becoming his slave, his chamcha. I speak only good things about him, which they are not existent. I lick his feet. This is one way. The second way we believe is, I kick the guy. I prove my power, my influence, my authority, my knowledge, and make him feel small. I kick the guy. So the first category is called submissive behaviors. The second category is called aggressive behaviors. I talked about Gandhi. I talked about Krishna. These are the two people, if you remember correctly, Adi Shankaracharya. These are the people who told us, Raman Maharshi, that there are not just two ways. It's not your way, it's not my way, there is other way. Discovering the other way is the third way, is an aspect of discovering self. You want to do things in a particular way, I want to do things in a particular way. If I say that my method is better than your method, I'm being aggressive. If I succumb to you, if I agree for the sake of argument and I do your way, though I don't believe in that, I am lowering my self-esteem. Submissive people have very low self-esteem. People with high self-esteem are highly aggressive. Only I exist, nothing exists. Only I want. What we call them as self-centered, selfish people. The third way is what we call it as assertive. Look at the basic mathematical symbols that we know of. Greater than, less than, equal to. Now, I am greater than you is aggressive behavior. I am less than you is a submissive behavior. Assertive behavior is you and I are the same to start with. If you take an assertive stand, teaching becomes easier. Learning becomes easier. If a student takes an assertive position and says, I don't know what I don't know, but the teacher knows what I want to know. Fantastic. So you don't know certain aspect, the teacher does not know certain aspects. Similarly, if the teacher takes a position, I know what to teach, but I would like to teach the way students want me to teach. That's a typical assertive position. Gandhi exactly followed the assertive model to deal with the British rule which is being imposed on us. He did not keep quiet, nor he used physical force on them. He said, I have discovered myself, and because I've discovered myself, I'll find the way. I will resort to what is called satyagraha. I don't know how many of you remember salt satyagraha. What he did was unprecedented. He did not violently attack the British, nor he succumbed to their loss. He said, I will manufacture salt, and rest is a history. So realize the power of discovering yourself. The next aspect I would like to tell you is, I have another 10 minutes. I'll close in 7 minutes. Right? All of us have, like all of us have past, all of us have future. People may differ how much is past you have and how much future you have. Each self consists of certain aspects of himself. So there are certain aspects known to me about myself, known to me about others, known to me about the world. But there are also certain aspects that I don't know. So how do I balance between the discovered self and undiscovered self? This is another way to increase discovery of self. What are these questions that you may ask? I told you, if you can't ask questions to others, ask questions to yourself. All these things have roots in one of the things that I told you, whether it is Ramana Maharshi, whether it is Adi Sankaracharya, whether it is Mahabharata, whether it is Ramayana, whether it is Carl Roger's self-centered therapy, client-centered therapy, Maslow's self-actualization, you name it. The first question, if you can note down these questions, they'll be of very, very significant value to you. Who am I? What is the purpose of my life today? What am I? You know, when we talk about self, there is a very interesting aspect called self, ideal self, and worldly self or social self. Three important things. Watch my words carefully. How do I see myself? This is my image of myself, and the judgments, and the positions, and the values, and the beliefs I have about I. how the world sees me. For example, I think I'm a great teacher. That is the image I have about myself. Do students think that I'm a great teacher? If my image and if your image of me is overlapping, I'm successful in life. I'm satisfied with myself. I can be happy and I can be in peace. So, the way I am seen, me, if larger the overlap, better is my adjustment with my society and better is my mental health. If I have to speak from a mental hygiene point of view. What about the third one? What I want to achieve, what I want to be. I'm not that, but what is my goal? This is what we call it ideal self. If this can be overlapped with the earlier two, my success is higher, my satisfaction is still higher. That means I achieved something of what I want to achieve, where I want to be. That is the fourth question. The next question is, can I discover what gives me pleasure, what gives me pain? What makes me feel happy? What makes me feel unhappy? What makes me feel high? What makes me feel low? These are highly distributed subjective positions. What do you mean by distributed subjective positions? I think so. Like me, many people think, but everybody do not think in the same way. For example, if somebody asks me, what makes you happy by drinking early in the morning? I might say coffee. My friend in Andhra University might say, milk. Somebody in Delhi might say tea. Somebody in Bombay might say black tea. 4 different things make 4 different people happy. So what gives me pleasure might not give the pleasure. The next question you ought to ask is my behavior, whatever is my behavior, is it a skill or a habit? Now, what is the difference? Both are consistent behaviors. If I'm situationally sensitive, if my contextual sensitivity is high, it is a skill, it's not a habit. Teaching, is it a skill or a habit? My talking to you, it is a skill because I talk to you only when the session is on. If I continue to give lecture after my session is over, when I disconnect myself from the computer, it's a habit. That means I don't need students. Without students, I can teach. That is a habit. Something is wrong with me. Driving at high speed, it has to be a skill, not a habit. The day it becomes a habit, I am becoming a victim of my past. My past learning is forcing me to behave in a particular way. So ask this question. Whatever is my behavior, smiling at people, is it a habit or a skill? It has to be a skill. It cannot become a habit. Because when I'm walking on the road, if I keep on smiling at every person I confront, they think I'm a madman. You have to look at 3 R's and 3 D's. What are the 3 R's? In academics, we say, in education, we say 3 R's, important skills: reading, writing, and arithmetic. But here we are saying 3 important R's for self-discovery so that you can leverage yourself for growth and development. The first one is reinforcing. I have certain positive aspects. Can I keep them positive and active? That is reinforcing. Second one is recalibrating. Can I change the way I look at things? Can I change the way I act? Can I change the way I feel? Can I change the way I react? The third one, I'm not saying it because it is being done. This program, SSTP, is being organized under the auspices of engineering college. There is a concept called re-engineering. Can I re-engineer myself? I can change myself if I want to change. There is no aspect of me that cannot be changed by me. So reinforcing, recalibrating, and re-engineering. Now, what are the 3 Ds? You know why I'm bringing the 3D? I talked about subtractive form of making something, and I call that as sculpting, and editing, additive, not addictive, additive, painting, molding is different from sculpting. So if you look at re-engineering is nothing but doing both. The 3 Ds that you are to look at is, can I be detached? This is what Gita says. Your job is to do your duty. Your job is not to get influenced by the outcomes of the duty. Detached attachment, not attached detachment. Attached detachment lead to retirement on the date of appointment. Please remember. So I am concerned, but my concern is not an obsession. Can I delay gratification to weaken the unwanted desires? If you look at some people, they say, we do upavasa today. What does that mean? They are delaying their desire to eat food. After some time, they conquer hunger, but they cannot conquer hunger forever. The last one is defy. First one is detachment. Second one is delay to weaken the desire. The third one is defy. Do I need it? Habit formations are something that do not allow us to defy. All of us think that we will die if you don't have something. Many people, they become habituated, say for coffee. If you don't give them coffee, they can't start the day. People who smoke cigarette, nobody is born with a cigarette in their mouth. All of us have learned how to smoke. If you have not unlearned a habit that does not help you, it will create problems for you and problem for others. You know, nowadays we use an expression called data mining. Data mining applications can be applied to management of self and discovery of self. Look at yourself, look into yourself, look beyond yourself. The last point I would like to share with you is, can I find some strengths in me? At the same time, can I discover, unearth weaknesses in me? What you consider as a strength is your position, not world looks at us. What do you think are your strengths? What do you think are your weaknesses? If you're convinced that this is a point of strength, you have to work on that so that you operate on your strengths. What's your weakness? You consider certain thing as a weakness. It's a judgment. Yes. After knowing it as a weakness, after knowing, own it. Owning a weakness is very, very important, because when you own it, then you can disown it by reducing its impact. These are some of the points. I have few minutes, but I've done everything. Please feel free and ask me any questions. I'm done. Anyone of you have any doubts, clarifications? I'll be very happy.
So please involve in discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
If anyone is having doubts, sir can clarify. And
maybe the hunger is taking over their curiosity to learn. I'm sure all of them are feeling hungry because of maybe it's time for them to have lunch.
sir.
Any question, please? So one of the easiest ways is, I told you, go and read the books or the authors' names I mentioned. Try to understand what they've done. Otherwise, just go and see a simple film recently released called Most Eligible Bachelor. It talks about the importance of discovery, importance of leveraging your strengths, importance of knowing and owning and managing your weaknesses. All the points I said, you see a relevance. Yes, please.
So
Silence.
if no one is having any doubts,
Let's close this session. What is it? Let's close it. It's already almost 2 o'clock.
Yes,
See,
sir,
a teacher is ready.
please involve in the discussion. Sir has enumerated all the aspects of self and the actually the characteristics and everything. Sir has discussed in detail about what is meant by self from the definition. So if anyone involves in discussion or asking doubts, we are happy. Then otherwise we will go to the vote of the thanks.
If people are hesitant to ask me a question because of linguistic problems, you can ask me in Telugu.
Yeah.
Nothing on. To discover self, you need not know English. No, particularly if they're students, if they're hesitant
Yes.
to speak, you can speak in your mother tongue.
So if you post anything in
Good
the chat
afternoon,
box
sir.
also.
Somebody is speaking. Go ahead.
సార్ ఈ పనికొచ్చే టైం ని ఇలా పనికిరాని టైం ని మీరు ఎలా డివైడ్ చేసుకుంటారు సార్? అంటే
ఎవరికి పనికొచ్చేది?
వర్కింగ్ బిజీ అని, నాన్ వర్కింగ్ బిజీ అని.
అట్లా కాదు, పనికొచ్చేది ఎవరికి? మనక? ఇప్పుడు
అంటే మీరు మధ్యలో చెప్పారు కదా సార్, బిజీగా ఉంటారు, అది యూస్ఫుల్ వర్క్ కాదు.
కరెక్ట్. I'm glad you said it. See, ఎట్లా ఉంటుందంటే a beggar is busy all the time. Yes or no? A beggar is begging. Is he happy with the begging?
No, sir.
That's it. He is not happy. See, what is the point in putting effort in doing a job which you don't enjoy?
Yes, sir.
చిన్నపిల్లలు హోంవర్క్ చేస్తారు, చూసాం ఎప్పుడైనా? మీరు కూడా మనంతా చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మన చిన్నప్పుడు 2 రకాల హోంవర్క్ చేసేవాళ్ళం. ఒకటి హ్యాండ్ రైటింగ్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ కోసం ఇలా గీతలు, ఇలా పెద్ద కర్సివ్ హ్యాండ్ రైటింగ్ అంటారు ఇంగ్లీష్లో. ఒక అక్షరం వేయాలంటే ఎక్కడో మొదలు పెడతాం, అనకాపల్లిలో మొదలు పెడతాం, ఆ అక్షరం విశాఖపట్నం అవుతుంది, ఇది విజయనగరం దాకా వెళ్తుంది. దానికి ఒక పిలక, దానికి ఒక తోక ఉంటుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ కర్సివ్ హ్యాండ్ రైటింగ్. హ్యాండ్ రైటింగ్ కాపీ బుక్స్ ఉండే మా చిన్నప్పుడు. Maybe it doesn't exist now. Okay, now when you do that with the student, titkuna teacher, but చేయడం వల్లే అప్పుడెప్పుడో నేర్చుకున్న హ్యాండ్ రైటింగ్ ఇప్పటికి పోయిపోతుంది. Is that clear? It's called cursive handwriting because every student curses the teacher. So, if we have to do something, there are 2 ways. Can I learn to enjoy that work? If you can enjoy the work, you are meaningfully busy. Either you have to do meaningful things or you have to find meaning in what you do. Both are possible. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So anyone involved in the discussion, please. Sir is happy to answer all the questions.
Is anybody having doubts or interaction with sir? Panikumari ma'am.
బలవంతం చేయకండి. ఇప్పుడే చెప్పా కదా, if they don't find meaning in doing something, don't force them. That's okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, this is Dr. Padma, sir.
Tell me, ma'am.
Sir, I don't have any doubts, sir. So, but your lecture was, it was a very boosting lecture, sir, for me as well as to my participants also. And you have taught us many things like what differences makes a teacher to be a good teacher, sir. So everything, and meanwhile, I impressed with this 3R and 3D concept, sir. It was very nice. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I request Amrendra sir to propose a vote of thanks formally. Sir, please, sir.
Yeah. So on behalf of this coordinating team, sir, I am pleasure to propose vote of thanks. And sir has started from the great personalities like Adi Shankaracharya and Mahatma Gandhi and Radhakrishnan and Ramana Maharshi. So like those personalities, sir has started the lecture, and sir has started from the definition of the self from birth to death, and what is meant by our types of the birth, sir has discussed, and what are the types of the teaching and teaching ourselves and teaching others, and what are the characteristics of the teacher. And sir has discussed also about what is meant by knowledge and what is meant by growth, what is meant by energetic person, and what are the characteristics of the personality, like energetic person, rigidity of a person, flexibility of the person, and what is meant by self-learning and how to characterize ourselves, and what are the traditions or definition of the traditions are has discussed. These are the dynamic in nature, opposite to the static nature. What is meant by acceptance, and what is meant by contextual sensibility and sensitivity, and how to discover ourselves, and what is meant by successful life and satisfactory life and happy life, and what is meant by peace of the life. And also has discussed about several things, or what is meant by real facts, what is meant by opinions and beliefs, and what is the values in your life, and what are the job values and cultural values. And sir has discussed Sir Krishna Mohan sir is
Yeah, and it has been very pleasure of listening to Professor Ravi Kumar, and I'm so glad wide-ranging examples towards discovering self. That is the theme that he has chosen so wonderfully. I strongly believe he has set the level playing field as a first session to the rest of the resource persons in such a way that the presentation given by Professor Ravi Kumar, I know he is very talented, covering very appropriately various dimensions of
sir.
Sir, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
Krishna Mohan, sir, for providing such an
am I
eminent
audible?
person, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's audible, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm just mentioning the
sir.
Effectiveness of Professor Ravi Kumar coverage of self-discovery. Where he has begun, how he has touched very vital concerns of discovering self is really an eye-opener to all the teachers, and what they are, how they need to be, at least a year after, if they realize definitely the objective why this FDP, as he said, is not short-term FDP. This is definitely going to be very justified for a long-term transformation in oneself. And that is the objective with which any FDP is organized. I am so glad and join all the organizers in profusely thanking that, sir, all our participants, they have become more than, delightful. They've taken all of your examples, all of your wide-ranging, illustrious personalities whom you cover in the process of, completing the objectives with which you have started the theme self-evaluation, self-analysis, discovering oneself, however difficult it is, definitely you have kept the level playing field to rest of the resource persons, and all other resource lectures will be definitely centered around the topics that you have made a mention. And I know, this is the time for lunch. Still, all our learners so enthusiastic and they have been interacting. I fully agree. As and when there is a doubt, there is any clarification, teachers should permit the participants. That is how I think there is a time overrun, but still it is worth and a very valuable message, as I understand, is received by our participants. And on behalf of all the participants and organizers, and on behalf of Andhra University, you are also alumni. We feel proud always. You are proud alumni of Andhra University. So you have kept the flag of Andhra University high in educating all of our young teachers towards realizing what they are and towards making a journey to begin with in discovering themselves. I am very, very thankful. I express my gratitude to you for having accepted and shared. Excellent session. I rate it. And now I think these inputs will be taken by the rest of the resource persons also towards making it as this broader scope. So once again, I am thankful to you and, for sparing your precious time and also sharing your thought process on this subject. I know it is very, abstract subject, but you make it so lively so that, everybody's attention is not gone at any point of time. And now and then, because of my, predispositions here, there is a little disturbance to me to continue to focus on your lecture. Anyhow, all of your lecture is video recorded. It is also kept accessible to, all others in the university community. So we feel proud of you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Anytime, Krishna Mohan. Anytime.
I know. That is the confidence with which I approached you. Rama Seda was a little bit hesitant whether IIMB professor, whether he would agree or not. I said, Ravi Kumar is for academics. He is an academic man. He is our man. He represents Andhra University also, apart from IIMB. Thank you very much, sir. Once again.
Thank you.
We seek your help. I talk to you separately.
Right, sir.
On some other aspect, right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So now I request participants, so have a break up to 3 o'clock. So, and please join sharply at 3 o'clock, ma. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Ravi Kumar, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I especially thank Krishna Mohan, sir, also for providing you, as I understood that, and the way how you are given the lecture, it's very awesome, sir. It's very nice. And of course, even I too learned so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
कुछ कितना अच्छे से हो गया, पर एक बात जो तुम जानते हो वो कौन सा गाना है? क्यों पसंद नहीं आया तुम्हें? वो अच्छा था पर वो मेरा गाना नहीं था। मेरा मतलब वो हमारे वाला गाना नहीं था, मुझे हमारे वाला गाना से नहीं बचा। देखो कविता रात मौत हो गई है और शायद बारिश भी होने वाली है। एक काम करते हैं, अंदर चलते हैं और तुम्हें अपनी दवाई अभी क्या ये संस्कार नहीं है? कुछ नहीं संस्कार। आज तक ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि मैंने तुमसे कुछ मांगा और तुमने मुझे नहीं दिया, और आज तक ऐसे बात करते हुए तुम्हें